I'm doing well. Yourself?
Taking my investment, and now I'm just waiting for game.
It is time to do the pre-stream, right?
No, you're an hour early.
Are you serious?
No, I'm fucking with you.
I'm gonna beat you within an inch of your life.
Alright, well, you guys have fun.
While in sats.
That'd probably be the only way you'd be able to land the hits.
Mare. We dead yet?
Nope.
Mm.
The army of Fiora has a new officer. Welcome, son. The army of Fiora has a new officer. Welcome, son.
Really? Mystic and Medicinal are an official ship now, huh?
Yeah. Why not?
Meh.
You two have been basically stuck together for an entire couple weeks.
I guess.
You're not even gonna fight it. You're just gonna give in to that one.
See, that's one thing about shipping. It's like the harder you try to fight it, the more people latch onto it. So, yeah.
You know, that's fair. I'm gonna annoy the shit out of Moonhoof in about 5 seconds.
So anyway, what did you think of my little package I sent you?
Why did you send me a Gunpla?
Well, I remember you like my chibi new, so I sent you a chibi granddaddy.
Yeah, it's a real granddaddy, an R78 2.
Yeah, the RX-78-2 is the original Gundam.
Yeah, it's a real granddaddy. Oh my god, do you think I'm that old?
I just didn't know if you had a favorite, so I'm like,
I
you
mean,
can't.
I
Something
do.
here?
I have two favorites.
Oh, what are they?
Mud Rock and Heavy Arms.
Sandrock.
No, it's called Mud Rock.
It's the
From
RX.
Gundam Wing.
No, it's the RX 78-6 Mudrock.
Mud Rock is basically an R78, but with the addition of the gun cannons that go on the gun cannon model.
What about shipping Mythic with that
Unfortunately,
weird
the
unicorn
only
stallion
model I
who they
know
met in South
of
Shore?
for the Mudrock
Also,
is
first
a
tip of
P
the night.
Bandai exclusive, so rare and expensive.
Yeah, it's only $74. And that's for the high grade. That's not for the master grade.
Well, there's a weird reason why I particularly like that mech.
Because artillery?
I mean, artillery's a good reason, but I was basically I played a lot of PlayStation Gundam games, and in every one of them, Mudrock was a special unlockable. It wasn't really supposed to be a part of the game or the story. So for the PS2 Federation and Zeonic Front, some of the SD Gundam generations where you could with the strategy RPG thing, that they really should do a proper release on. Anyway, they would add Mudrock in as like an unlockable that you could jump in and go crazy with, but it wasn't actually part of the story, so you'd have to beat the game first. So it became always an eternal quest in those particular kinds of games for me to be like, I have to get Mudrock.
See, and personally, my favorite Gundam game from the PS2 era was Journey to Jaburo. And the reason is that you could unlock the Blue Destiny.
As a side note, every Gundam game we've mentioned is awful. It's like objectively they are terrible games.
Yes, they are. And I never really played any of the PS2 Gundam games. But yeah, they've got. Well, okay. A correction. My favorite Gundam video game is on the PS2. It's MS Saga: A New Dawn, aka the Gundam RPG.
Oh yeah, that one. The one where you could completely break canon by actually destroying the RX-78 what was the RX-78-3?
No, this one was it's its own timeline. It's an interesting game, and I would recommend anybody to.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, you're probably thinking of.
I'm thinking of the PS1 one that was the SD sprites.
Yeah,
and yeah, you actually did the fight from 0083 Stardust Memories. And if you were smart about it, you could actually destroy the Gundam that had been built to carry a nuclear warhead. You could destroy it, and it completely breaks canon. You literally end the game there.
So, my favorite Gundam game is SD Gundam Next from the Super fucking Nintendo.
Nice.
That I really wish somebody would do a translation ROM of that I can download and play, because, like, you have any idea how hard it is to play a game that's in all Japanese and you kind of have to half understand most of it?
Oh, trust me, I know that feeling for trying to play some of the old Super Robot Wars titles.
Oh, and let me further clarify here. The developer of SD Gundam G is a particular asshole because he absolutely refuses to use any katakana. It has to all be kanji or Japanese original. It cannot be any English derivative words.
Wow.
And I'm like, you're just being a dick. Stop being a dick.
This game is never supposed to leave our land. Meanwhile, in America, how do we understand this thing?
Well, that beam saber goes in that guy's ass and he explodes. That's pretty good understanding.
But yeah.
Yeah, anyway, hey, guys who own Gundam, take that license out of Bandai's hands and put it in somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing.
No.
It's Bandai. Bandai owns the license. They're the ones that have it.
Then give it to a game developer who knows what the hell they're doing, please.
Well, here's the problem. Bandai is pretty much the sole proprietor of Gundam because they're the ones that do all of the merchandising as well as the video game development.
See, the Bandai is one of those Japanese companies that actively does not give a shit about the market outside Japan.
Hello.
It's why we had a really long drought of just getting the different Gundam series a official release in the US. I'm actually really surprised that when I was looking it up earlier today that they have Gundam 00 on Crunchyroll alongside Iron-Blooded Orphans and Gundam Origin.
Yeah, even Netflix now has Iron-Blooded Orphans and Unicorn.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh god, Gundam Unicorn was a dumpster fire.
I
second that.
Okay, I personally have just come to the conclusion that the new UC stuff they are releasing is its own timeline away from the old UC stuff.
And now I have to go on a slight rant. Drinking Buddy apparently owns a copy of Robotech Battlecry. Allow me to explain this. There are bad games. We've seen some of them. We see them on a regular basis. And then there are travesties only achievable by a select few. Things such as Rat Race, Desert Bus, and E.T. the Extraterrestrial. Games that have achieved such a bad, terrible rating that they have a cult following similar to the movie Troll 2.
And
Robotech Battlecry is beneath these games.
What about Robot Jocks?
Okay, now you're just making shit up, Lit Zombie. What did we tell you about making shit up?
No, there's an actual movie called Robot Jocks.
It is.
Well, my biggest thing with any type of Robotech game I've played is you basically spend 90% of the game in Garrock mode. Because there's no real reason to be in pure fighter mode or the Battleoid mode.
See, this is why they need to do a translation of VFX2.
And I would also say Harmony Gold has ensured anyone who's a Battletech fan from ever saying anything nice about Robotech ever again.
That's your opinion.
You know, a couple years ago, I did try to rewatch Robotech. I didn't get past the first episode. And it wasn't because of the voice acting, which is less than stellar. No, it was the pointless narrator narrating things that didn't need narration.
What about Jekyll and Hyde on NES?
Maybe.
Because
But
I
no,
did a couple years ago, and that game sucked.
but no, if anybody would be interested, I would be willing to do a stream of MS Saga on the PS2. I would just need to figure out how to get back into my Twitch account to stream it. So yeah,
How many different hoops are you jumping through to get a PS2 capture card to hook up to your computer and communicate coherently?
well, that's one of those things. I don't need to. Since I have a legal physical copy of the game and can prove I have a legal physical copy of the game,
You can
You
run
just
it on
run
an
ROM.
emulator.
I can run it on an emulator.
That's fair. It's the same reason I can play Chrono Trigger is I can just hold up my copy of the game and be like, I own it. I'm just, wanting to show everybody else the game. Go fuck yourself.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Yep. Turns out my favorite variant of it is the RX-79 BD-1.
I suddenly have an idea.
Uh-oh.
It's a terrible idea and I shouldn't do it. P.S. The current world record holder for a Fallout 3 speed run in the world record holding speed run ate a human baby in the first 20 minutes of gameplay.
Oh. And in today's news, there was a thermonuclear mushroom cloud erupting over Arizona today.
That's normal. I'm just pointing out that, you think Fallout's weird, and then you remember that there is a legit option to eat a baby.
Yeah. Only if you have the right mods.
No, unmodded. You can embrace cannibalism, find the corpse of a baby, and eat it.
Yerf.
Yeah, you can't speedrun with mods. You have to just, speedrun the game as it is. As the developers intended.
Mm-hmm.
I need an adult.
But technically you are an adult.
I am not an adult. I demand that you withdraw that baseless accusation. Slander! Defamation, sir!
Do I count as an adult?
Yes, you are literally my adult when I go to conventions.
Okay.
I mean, good lord, heaven knows Adagio's not my adult. He can't stop staring at my ass.
Bullshit. The last time we were at a convention together, I was basically your gopher.
But you liked it.
Yeah, that happens.
I mean,
And
it's not
remember,
like I really
Fee.
had anything else to do.
Fee, I said you're technically an adult.
I demand you withdraw this baseless accusation.
Did you understand the term technically?
Nope.
It's not a baseless accusation. By most legal definitions, you're over 18, you're an adult. To me, you're still a kinder.
I'm sorry, when did I become a Sonic small cuddly animal thing that he collects for plot reasons?
Kinder, not a kiwi.
The moment you donned a kigu.
Well, let's see. Remember, I'm 57, and that puts me how many years over you? So,
Hi, Dad!
Yeah, technically that too. Yep. I'm the ancient. I'm getting ancient. Arg. Kender. No, not. I didn't say Kender, Hitomi. Because Kender's means you can't leave anything lying around.
Don't just don't. We don't acknowledge their existence.
Hey, Hitomi brought it up.
I apparently have to say thank you to someone real quick. Final site, thank you for the biddies. Wingman, Kidda Queen, Luna Moon, and Chaotic Sorcerer Zabin, and Pony Chick, thank you guys for the hosts at the start of the stream. Nozamo, thank you for the resub. You've been here 5 months. You almost get a half a year, bud. We getting old. Sketchy Rivet, 13 months. Yeah, here's your baker's dozen of subs. Kobe, 25, and Rainbow Dash 79, and Kaisa, and Derpty, welcome to the army if you are. Thank you for following. And Sketchy, thank you for slapping me with a Thomas Jefferson. I appreciate it. Guy needs to slap more people. Is it weird to all of you that I know all of the faces and all of the bills?
Hi, Pony Chick.
Everybody knows Benjamin Franklin's on the $100 bill. Who's on the 50, motherfuckers? Nobody over the age of 50 can answer this.
I feel so isolated.
Wait, whose face is on the $50 bill?
Ulysses S. Grant.
Yes.
No. I thought that was the question.
Yes, that was the question.
And that was the question.
I could have answered that. I work in retail. I see them all the time.
Well, you're a special case.
Who's on the $10,000 note?
There ain't one.
Oh, I could have sworn that was Al Gore.
Wow.
You know he invented the internet, right?
Hi.
Okay, one, he did not. And two, that claim is so erroneously bad it's become its own meme.
That's why I was having fun with it. Did you not hear how I said it?
Well, I'm glad you've decided to go for the last bit of HP, Sketchy Rivet. I am not...
So the question I have for tonight, folks, how many Benjamins should I drop on Fee tonight?
Between 2 and 5.
That's a good number. Chris says 7.
The army of Fiora has a new officer.
Well, Carl! Thank you for buying gift subs for people. I'm sure they appreciate the emojis and the little tag that goes next to their name. Just as I appreciate what Twitch is going to do in, about 20 days.
Oh, wait, it's not Al Gore, and it's actually a legitimate tender of currency featuring Salmon P. Chase.
Okay.
Yes, there used to be. I knew about 1,000 and 5,000, but actively nothing is printed over 100, and that's actually to make it harder. Or what I heard, and this was from an episode of Pawn Stars, so take it with a grain of salt, is that the reason they stopped printing bills larger than 100 is to make it harder for drug traffickers. So now instead of being able to have a couple of $5,000 bills in their pocket, they now need to have like a briefcase with hundreds in it when they go through the airport.
Wow.
Apparently, there used to be 100,000 also. I thought it stopped at 10.
I mean, the candy company wasn't just kidding when they made the $100,000 bar candy bar.
Just bite into it, and there's a $100,000 bill like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Wow. I wish. I kept hoping for that as a kid.
Yep, that'd be a very interesting movie for Charlie. Didn't get a gold up ticket, but now he's a straight up pimp.
Now I require an adult.
Well, considering Charlie actually is in charge of the fate of all the Oompa Loompas, and that also includes the Lady Oompa Loompas.
Does that mean
That is
Charlie
true.
commits genocide? Hey everybody, it's the sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory! Charlie commits genocide! Coming to a movie theater near you. Oh, God.
I just want to throw in my appreciation that Gene Wilder was a professional troll his entire career. He made screwing with people an art form. Literally.
I'll think back to the days of Candid Camera as your first prank show.
Hitomi the drug dealers got over that by purchasing burners phones.
Yep.
You know, come to think of it, I don't know of any movie with Gene Wilder in it where he didn't screw with someone at least once, then made
So-
it into the picture.
In other news, while we're getting ready to start tonight, I am looking for a music composer. James Kelly is still with us, but he is unable to do anything for a couple months at a time, so having someone to help him would be wonderful. And I am also looking for a writing editor. Props is still with us, but graduate school and him becoming a teacher have some radically absurd amount of time constraints added to them.
I mean, college kind of devours your soul.
Having been a tenure track professor at one point in my life, I agree.
I mean, hey, I get to write a 10-page paper in about a month about the Air Force in Vietnam. So hey,
I will comment on this, however. Never again. Congrats to Props for doing it because he loves it, but I will never ever do that ever again.
Props is pretty cool though.
Still got it with college. Heavy sarcasm.
Alright, do I have fan art from this week? I don't know. Have you all been lazy fans? Let me find out.
Well, I mean, if nothing else, you could show what you got in the mail today.
Yeah, but I can't use that for a token on Roll20.
But what came in the mail?
Nothing came in the mail. I didn't receive mail at my house. Somebody came and threw something at me rudely while I was half asleep because it was nap time. Stares at him. Hey, look, I do have fan art. Hey.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh,
Hello, hello.
Can I help you?
today's a really good night.
Okay.
Bit of a quiet evening on the server tonight.
Just trying a Michael Rosen voice. I think that's his name. The old British guy with the beard, white hair, white beard.
You're not doing a very good job of capturing the accent, I'll give you that.
Okay, what are in my
Charge.
notifications? Oh, you're picking me on Twitter. All right, which hand touched the beacon now?
I don't know. Which hand touched the beacon? Was it yours? It was yours, wasn't it?
No.
And that floating gray hexahedral thing behind you is totally not the beacon.
And which Skyrim game was this from? Or which Elder Scrolls specifically?
All of them.
Yes.
Oh, it's from.
Meridia, in some form or another, has been in every single Elder Scrolls game, whether or not it was canonical content or just side questing.
I've only played Skyrim. And Carl just immediately booted up Skyrim, so I think Skyrim.
You've only played Skyrim.
Out of the Elder Scrolls series, yeah.
Fuck, you're too young for any of us.
I'm the youngest one at the table.
To be
Literally cannot drink yet.
I was about to say, can I even serve him alcohol?
Nope.
Motherfucker.
To be fair, the only Elder Scrolls game I've really played has been Skyrim as well.
Yeah. Oh.
Shame.
I'm not shaming him for that. I am not shaming him for I am not shaming him for making a legitimately good decision.
You know what? There is an argument to be made that Skyrim is the much more approachable game, but of all of the games, the ones that actually have the best story are Morrowind and Daggerfall. Yeah, Daggerfall.
That's what, 3 and 4, or is that 2?
No, 2 and 3.
Okay.
2 is Daggerfall and 3 is Morrowind.
Because 4 is Oblivion, if I remember correctly.
Yes, and I absolutely hated that game.
Hello, Ashton's Art. Welcome to the Army Fjord. Thank you for following.
And here's where I'm probably gonna make everyone cringe. Also, hello. My first Elder Scrolls game was Oblivion.
I'm not cringing at that. That's fine.
I mean,
yeah,
it is not my favorite game.
No, my first Elder Scrolls game was Oblivion.
And to be fair, my opinion on Oblivion is my own. Most people regard it as one of the better Elder Scrolls games. I just didn't like the dialogue system because the dialogue system was a mess.
Yeah.
Hang on, are we talking Fallout 4 dialogue mess, though?
No, we're talking about worse. At least Fallout 4, you could reasonably expect a yes, non-committal yes, and I'll get back to you.
I mean, the character creator in Skyrim is not as bad as it was in Morrowind, but it's certainly... But Skyrim was better.
Yeah. I mean, in Morrowind, I managed to... Or not Morrowind. In Oblivion, I managed to turn a Khajiit into Eustace Bag, so...
So, I started with the Oblivion, played the Morrowind. I would love to see Morrowind get a graphic update. And of course, Skyrim.
That'll probably never happen.
Yeah, I know, because Todd Howard doesn't like to go backwards and revamp games.
Todd Howard, more like Todd Coward.
They haven't
Well-
they haven't remastered anything ever. What makes you think for 2 seconds they're gonna remaster their own in-house game?
Microsoft now owns Bethesda, so it's a possibility. But I am going to put this out there. The guys over at Skywind are still doing work. They are still trying to get Morrowind to work in the Skyrim engine.
Ah, that would be a graphic update.
Also,
And, you know,
didn't Todd Howard say that Morrowind was the worst game the worst game that he worked on?
Did he actually even work on it?
I believe he worked on Morrowind. And he said that Morrowind was one of the worst games he worked on.
If worked on it means you go ahead and fetch coffee, you go ahead and grab the donuts, and then we'll come back here. Yeah, that's him working on it. That's how I think he's done it, because he doesn't strike me as a hands-on kind of guy, more like a boss.
He doesn't strike me as having a creative bone in his body, but that's beside the point. And I've met the man, and I can say that.
Oh, he is.
I also can't ever talk to him ever again for court order reasons.
Ruh-roh.
What? That was apparently his company's response to me sending them a book that had Fallout Equestria on it that said I made a better Fallout 4 with ponies. He was upset about that.
Wow. That's what I was gonna say, because Face sent him a copy of her first book saying I made Fallout better than you did. It's like, yeah, sorry, but you're not gonna talk to me ever again.
Apparently he got a judge to constitute that as harassment.
Really? Just because
Princess
He
much?
didn't. The lawyer he sent to the courthouse file it did.
Okay, so we have to do that Snoop Dogg type music and put the respect as the sunglasses and the cigar come into Fee's face. And there we go.
Oh, heck yeah.
She ultra trolled, motherfucker.
Oh, hell
Also,
yeah.
it kind of sounds like a princess.
Oh, he does.
Technically, he does.
He didn't want to go back and bring Fallout 3 to updated graphics, which I would like to see, because he just didn't feel it was worth it. It's like, but Microsoft would be like, the Japanese do it all the time. We got fans out there who've asked about it. They've talked about it, and they did it for Halo. The whole new Master Chief updated collection.
The whole remaster thing, is something that a lot of companies are on top of, because, like you said, there's a certain segment of the fan base that, yes, we still want to play these games, but the graphics have aged so poorly over the years. It's telling that Super Nintendo games with their pixel art have aged better than early PlayStation games with their early 3D polygons.
Also,
I
have to point this out as a part of Sony shutting down the PlayStation 3 downloadable library stuff. The current comment from the CEO of PlayStation, and I quote, "I don't understand why anyone want to play old games. They're worthless now."
Yeah, they just passed.
Okay, that's another suit that has no freaking imagination or clue.
Well,
I'd send a marketing guy.
Guys.
And meanwhile, the entirety of the gaming community immediately had the pop-up that said everyone disliked that.
Also, the entirety of the gaming community immediately had we're hosting a non-company server with all of the games we can. Send your games to us.
Yeah. Well, and of course, to them, no, they are worthless because they can't they're not making money off of old games anymore.
Wait, they're making money off of the revamped and remastered fucking Final Fantasies.
Exactly.
And the remastered Demon Souls, but that's
And
because they already have an audience to sell to.
Yeah.
Like
And-
the older games aren't making them money because when somebody new picks it up, it's like one or two people. When a recently remastered game comes out, the entire community is buying them.
yeah, it's like the remake of Resident Evil 2 was good and well received.
Mm-hmm.
The remake of Resident Evil 3 was a blatant cash grab.
Also, he here read the article that Demon Souls is getting a movie adaptation.
Oh no! Why?
Hi, Spinny.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hello.
Sophie.
Yes.
Hey, Fia.
What is it, Rana?
Nothing. You just decided to show up. I don't know why.
Well, yeah, because you sent me an image.
Did you like the image?
I'll give it a 4 out of 10.
Wait, what the heck?
Anyway, I'm going back to bed. Love you.
Love you too, wife.
Good night.
Pleasant dreams.
Don't die.
No promises, smooth skin.
Word
It's
did
about
fuck you.
to
But
move
yeah,
over
apparently
to-
because Sony owns Demon Souls, they're gonna be making a movie adaptation of it.
Also, P.S. Whoever just tried to do the ghoul, fuck you. That was terrible.
That was me. I tried it. I tried my best. It seems I failed at everything.
For a ghoul, you gotta sound like you just hot smoked 25 cigarettes and didn't drink anything, and then decided that a cum milkshake was an appropriate thing to cool your throat with. Like, that's the exact vocal dynamic you were going for when you were trying to voice a ghoul.
That's a Fiorism.
To voice a ghoul properly, first you have to have the 5-pack a day smoker's voice to start with. You have to have the Dr. Girlfriend voice. Okay. Then you need to have gravel in your mouth at the same time as you're trying to speak, so it adds that rough
Grittiness.
Yeah. You swear you're gonna crack your teeth when you try and speak.
Also, you have to purposely dehydrate yourself. That's actually some real advice. And before you do your line delivery, it is advised that as a part of your purposeful dehydration, you take a shot of lemon juice.
Oh my goodness.
This is the actual advice given by Bethesda to voice actors.
It's a bonus if you mix a teaspoon of salt in with the lemon juice.
I think it's time to move over to the other server and commence the moon summoning ritual.
Do we have to commence the moon summoning ritual? I was just starting to have fun. I suppose. Alright, so, while they migrate over on Shotgun Angel Productions, it is 4 minutes long. That's all it is. We have a weekly release called News from a Bunker. It's a comedy sketch. I 100% assure you that I am informed it is funny. So please do go take a look at that when you guys have the chance. The next one comes out on Saturday. I'm currently looking for editors and mods for Discord. I'm looking for editors for my books, mods for Discord, and music composers. If you fit any of these categories or think you do, you should come talk to me. In the meantime, let's go commence the moon summoning ritual.
Don't spoil it.
All right, who brought the beer? If we're gonna do the moon summoning ritual, we got to do it right. Which one of you's got the beer?
Not me.
I
For
thought
obvious reasons.
I thought moon summoning was coffee.
Moon
Coffee and
summoning.
alcohol.
Moon summoning is a cup of Death Witch Scotch coffee. Which, to make Scotch coffee, you basically have to burn bread and then scrape it off into the coffee. Mixed with 3 shots of rum. And beside that is a glass of mead. And before you ask, beside that is a glass of the worst tasting beer you can find and another glass of the best tasting beer. And they're wrongly labeled just because he sometimes picks up the right one with the wrong label. This is how you commence the moon summoning ritual.
I mean, or I could just start talking about taint sliders.
That's true. Anyway, in the meantime, the bug that should be drinking to death. Not even a response to that? I see how it is. See how today is.
I was drinking at the time you said that.
Oh, good, good. So you've already started. That's right. Murder that liver for us, please.
Well, it's not exactly caught the booze.
Can we fix that?
I'm drinking caffeine.
That's nice. Somebody get him booze stat. In the meantime, you know, it would help if I would highlight the right server to change the Discord chatter to, because I'm just reading my server over and over again, and I've changed it to my server 4 times. There we go. Right place, wrong idiots. Okay.
But when the corgi arrives, I do intend to get pictures so that I can share it with Moon.
Bug recap.
Wow, that was so unceremonious.
I mean, I could throw things at you. Would that be helpful?
That would be a little bit closer to what you usually try to do.
Look, I'm feeling particularly nice today. I figure just, you know, angrily directing you would be more would be nicer than hurling the normal amount of objects at you. By the way, the normal amount of objects is 3 breakable objects and 2 non-breakable ones.
Well, I guess then I don't get my exercise by dodging.
Right, I've come up with a new plan for your death. It's called alcohol poisoning and obesity. We're going to see if that works instead.
Ha! Anyway, so let's hopefully the moon will show up while I'm talking. Last session. Well, while they did get out of the situation pretty well, Medicinal Haze and Mythic, they did wind up getting a little bit bilked by the security guards because they know they got the gold to spare and wound up eliciting about 2 whole bricks just to turn a blind eye to things. During which apparently Mythic did finally meet with the one called Pineapple. And we're still not sure about Pineapple yet. Very odd signals coming from that one. Horny signals. Yeah, horny signals. There we go. Anyway, they got talking and they were drinking and they were having something to eat. And then his bar decided to slip the 2 of them a little bit of a mild love poison just to enhance the mood, if you get my meaning. At which point, Medicinal Haze had to guide the 2 of them back to the hospital because Mythic practically was about to forget that he had to get his other 8 shots through the belly to the spine, which can't be pleasant at all. Meanwhile, the party, well, they had that trade pony out there with them who eventually realized, well, she needed to have a nice bit of distance away from the party because the party rubbed her the same way apparently I've rubbed the party. Now they have an idea what it's like to have the shoe on the other hoof. Am I being heard?
You're
Keep
going.
We're waiting for you to finish.
Okay, I just double checking. Things get a little weird sometimes with Discord. And
We're on
I'm
the
not
edge of our
talking.
seats, trust me.
And I'm not talking about the the Draconic Equus. Anyway, so she decided to leave, beat feet, definitely let the party know that they kind of creeped her the fuck out, which is kind of funny because usually the party says I creeped them out. I don't know why. I'm a cute little pone. So, anyways, they got back in touch, communication. They were wanting to get some power cells. And they got done with the medicine works for now. Oh, and apparently during all of this, Mythic was given a little booster just to make sure that they could go overnight without having to worry about a relapse or anything weird going on with the rabies. Man, this wasteland rabies is very fast acting rabies. It's more like zombie virus. Anyway, time for the party to get going through the shenanigans and to let the music play, and then Moon will take it away. And now I'm going to disappear before Thunder tries to put that bomb collar on me. Bye.
Oh. I guess it's time to start to press the button.
Make sure to use the right intro this time.
As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering mare's found a better way. For just as night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our heart.
From the ashes of war, through the blood and the gore, a man once more than this world that is torn. A group that cannot just be stopped or forgot will rise and overcome all odds. And with every new day, through the parts that we play, as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind and whose words will remind.
Alright. Hello, everyone. Hi, Moon. How are you?
Good. I'm trying to fix sound.
I see.
Don't you mean you hear?
No, Discord was being weird. Discord was being Discord.
So apparently the moon summoning ritual has worked. Moon's actually here. Thank you to the person who donated the Scotch coffee.
What? That sounds good.
But it was the wrong intro, so that might be what brought him in.
Moon, Scotch coffee is a blend of burnt toast and actual coffee mixed together in a cup.
I drank it.
We decided that the moon summoning ritual was a pentagram of Scotch coffee, rum, mead, and 2 beers that are mislabeled.
And me chanting about taint sliders. I was gonna say, clearly one of them is a cider and one of them is beer brand beer.
And they're mislabeled because you usually reach for the right one with the wrong label every time, so we just mislabeled them in advance.
Beer brand beer and cider flavored cider.
Anyway,
I wish I was lying. One of my favorite B horror movies. They just have beer brand beer all throughout the movie. It's beer brand beer.
The beer from beer.
You know, I just realized there's still that note on my character sheet as the description of my character, and I don't intend to change it.
Nope.
From Vault 43, used an experiment to make a new Pinkie Pie, is an escaped prisoner now. And I'm like, none of that's inaccurate. I need an adult.
That is likely inaccurate and also terrifying.
The truth is probably somewhere in between those 2 points.
Anyway, it's all human. Unless you need me to, like, do distraction for the next 5 minutes or so.
No, I'm just genuinely wondering. I opened my cider, I took a swig of my cider, and then I set my cider down, and oh, there it is. All right.
Did you lose your cider?
Oh, hey, I'm queued up. Okay.
I just realized that I might have done something terrible and awful. The promotion notifications on Discord that don't have that Moon's not a part of the Discord server and therefore can't be tagged, just say his name and Discord ID number. Hey Moon, I hope you get like 50 friend requests and it's totally my fault.
I'm just sitting here, I'm like, wait, did you just dox me accidentally? Oh well. Whatever. I don't really turn away. I have gotten so many random notifications over the years just from different servers and from doing one-shots at games when it's like, well, the sheets are being the sheets, so hey, let me tell you about Google Drive, our Lord and Savior. Oh, all right.
Hey, Moon.
Well, hi, yes.
I got to tell the audience about how the party freaked out the merchant pony just as badly as I freak out the party.
Yeah. Good stuff. All right, let's see. We're over. This is still on. Oh, yeah. Right, because then they ended up using, and right, I'm terrible at maps. Oh, well, you never learn to draw, and these things happen.
I mean, I offer to make maps for you every single week, and
right. Okay, you offer to make me maps, and it's like, okay, I need you to give me an idea of what you might need the next week, and I have to try and sit there and attempt to put non-Euclidean geometry and apparently the dimension of infinite potatoes onto a map.
Just put it into a bottomless potato bag. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I also, in my defense, I assumed that South Shore.
Warning, warning,
The way
stream tip
that most
overload.
of the party's
All hands,
diversion had been
prepare
with
for
South Shore
exploded
for all of
broken
this,
Fiora
but then
in
I got to the
5,
two people in the
4,
party who really had, who
3,
I see had
2,
no real reason to be like,
1.
South
Detonation
Shore,
imminent.
and it turned into a thing. So that's my fault.
You know,
Moon, you owe me write-ups.
I asked for him to get less predictable. I didn't expect him to interrupt Moon in the process.
I know.
Who what?
All right. So we've got So after that whole fiasco of Mythic and Pineapple just kind of gallivanting around for part of a day, after about 3 or 4 hours, the effects of the slightly spiked morning beverages would have completely worn off. Wow. And poor Medicinal would hopefully no longer have to chaperone. But
He's still expecting to need to chaperone.
Sure, but there's a difference between I might need to chaperone and actively making sure that the children aren't playing, hey, let's stick this in the outlet.
Don't forget stabbing Mythic.
Phrasing.
You know, if M and M want to stab each other, I'm all for it. But can they please do it off camera?
I'll get the box. Here's the box, Moon.
Oh god, my glasses are so dirty.
Not the only thing that's dirty.
Oh.
I mean, what? A better question is, what about Moon is clean?
Me? Personally? My form?
I would hope he's clean when you took a shower. Moon, do you shower regularly? Are you taking care of yourself? Are you good?
I do, in fact, attempt to follow the 621 even outside of conventions. The hardest part of that often ends up being the 6.
6 showers a day, 2 naps, 1 meal.
Exactly. No, it's 6 showers, 2 shots, and 1 nap.
There it is.
Oh, wow. It is amazing the difference just being able to see the screen makes. Holy shit.
Also, there's once a week Moon just passes out and loses the next 24 to 48 hours. It's perfectly normal.
All right, listen here, 18-hour nap.
Yeah, he's
Ooh,
not
all
wrong
right.
on that
We're getting
one.
spicy now.
Yeah, you've got some need to talk for. You do tend to just manic yourself into oblivion and then not turn up for about a day while you sleep.
Look, I'm aware that every now and then, every single time I go to sleep, I risk the chance of procking the Rip Van Winkle status, but at least I will own that shit. Naps? You mean Russian roulette with the rest of the day?
Moon, Russian roulette is not normally played with 6 barrels and a 6-chamber revolver all filled.
No. Naps
Well,
are
that's
just
hard mode.
Naps just become Russian roulette as you get older. It's like, I'm going to sleep for 10 minutes, 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 I will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, 6 hours later.
5 hours later.
Also, having all 6 chambers filled is just the Souls difficulty.
No, that's New Game Plus.
How's your dodging skills today?
Isn't it more the trying to play Russian roulette with a automatic?
Semi-automatic.
So is that what a gunfight with a revolver is? Just a slightly aggressive game of Russian roulette?
It's like tag, but with bullets. And also you're playing Russian roulette.
No, wouldn't that just
It's
turn
like
Russian roulette tag. That's
hold
what
on,
gunfights
hold on.
are.
It's like tag, but there are times during the game session where it's perfectly appropriate to scream "boom" headshot.
No. I mean, if regular bullets means it's tag, does that mean with laser weapons it makes it into laser tag?
Laser tag.
48 caliber tag. You're bleeding.
45 caliber tag. You don't have a soul anymore.
Hey,
congratulations on your jump to ginger status.
I was about to ask. I was about to ask.
Somebody clip that and send it to Sophie.
Jesus.
Is 12 gauge tag? Is 12 gauge just AOE tag?
No, 12 gauge is you stop existing.
No, that's a grenade or a rocket launcher.
No, grenades and rocket launchers are AoE tag.
No, a shotgun is dear current resident. A hand grenade is just to whom it may concern.
And remember, a nuclear weapon is dear postal code.
Yeah, I was just going to say, dear postal code is you may be entitled to financial compensation.
If you or a loved one has suffered death.
If you were a loved one has suffered mesothelioma.
Has suffered death by nuclear explosion. Yeah, you may be entitled to compensation.
Unless you asked for it, in which case you totally deserved it.
You know what? Suddenly, I would rather talk about possibility of a relationship between mythic and medicinal, just because it would actually be on topic.
Just out of curiosity, before
Oh
we do
my
jump
God.
to on topic, I have to ask a question. Would the fact I've been clinically dead twice mean that I should pay attention to commercials when they say if you or a loved one has suffered death, and I go, I have.
No, what are you talking about? You'll get ice cream on your third time.
Can I just
get a free set day on that third time?
Also, can I just put an image in people's heads? All of the personal injury lawyers that survived the nuclear holocaust. Can you just imagine them all ringing round everybody trying to find survivors? Hey, you may be entitled to compensation.
I
just,
swear.
just an entire stable devoted to a call center to personal injury lawyers.
Can we get back to the rabies stabbing?
Oh no!
Well, thank you, Chiflindo. That faction didn't need to exist, but now they do.
Hold on.
God, an entire faction of lawyers.
They're the ones that destroyed what was left of Flim Flam Industries.
I'll go grab my buddy Ash.
So I've just changed what we're gonna do for episode 6 of News from a Bunker. Here you go.
Wait, did I just inflict that upon... I am sorry to everybody who watches News from a Bunker. I have just inflicted something horrible on you.
Hold on. No, I'll show it here so you guys ain't gonna go look at the stream.
Mythic, have you ever considered that the lawyers got rallied together by Flim Flam as Flim Flam Legal Aid?
No, it's just...
Oh God, Flim Flam Legal.
It's just clearly a group of unicorns who learned how to manage the correct way, and they're able to make contracts that are legally binding. And when I say legally binding, I mean they're able to make geese.
I'm pretty sure there's a shamanism side to that, because shamanism does have one or two that would allow that to be a thing.
It's just like, no, the order form was for 17 loads. You have brought 16. You will bring 17.
I just realized you've made Jedi lawyers in Fallout Equestria.
You're welcome.
Okay, back on to track of Medicinal and Mythic having a date.
No. Medicinal
and this
Mythic
other
are,
stallion who we all suspect is a Chifundo
Medicinal
is a
is
third
not.
wheel.
No, Medicinal and Mythic are not having a date. Mythic is having a date, and Medicinal is supervising because apparently they're like 14-year-olds out on their first fucking date at the mall.
I thought the date
Chaperoning
was
is the
coming.
word.
I thought the date was coming after the needle shots in the belly.
That's already been done.
They've already had their first date drug. Lie down. There's two of them are just taking a crash.
So, technically, they've been to. Okay. So they've been in bed together. So they've technically on like third base.
Wait, what?
Remember, Pineapple got into the bed with you for a snuggle session while you recovered from your drugs.
Oh, Snuggles does not count as third base. Snuggle is base adjacent.
Snuggles is like fourth base. That's.
No. Snuggles is like getting a walk to the next base. Snuggles is just base adjacent.
So Snuggles are the shortstop.
Look, yeah, Snuggles are either the shortstop because if snuggling is like third base, then I am a colossal slut.
I'm gonna be completely honest. If I remember my bases correctly, first base is kissing, second base is heavy petting, third base is getting there, and then fourth base is
Third base is
you
fooling
done it.
around. Fourth base and home is.
Yeah, so cuddling is absolutely second base.
Probably between second and third base.
It depends if you're just cuddling or you progress a little.
Cuddling is just fucking shortstop.
Yeah, see, no, I like that though.
I'm gonna die on this hill.
You'll probably die on that hill too. But you know what? It'll be okay because you are being snuggled by some like fluffy animal. That is an acceptable death.
God damn it. But yes, several hours have passed. The treatment has basically taken as well as it's going to take. They definitely seem more inclined to try and keep you there an additional day for observation, but it is becoming painfully obvious that they are not going to force you to stay there an additional day. Meanwhile, on the outside of camp, I mean, it's not like they're saying leave, but also they are not exactly extending the key to the city to you. I mean, after all, your Earth Pony really wrecked one of the unicorns of the town. And yes, we saw that the unicorn started it. However, your Earth Pony still broke at least a couple of their bones.
He asked for it.
That's not what the unicorn is saying.
Where's my right to legal compensation?
Do not make me call the lawyer stable on you. Stable lawyers. There we go.
No,
better than unstable lawyers.
Let me put it this way, Moon. While Mythic was still in bed with Pineapple, Hayes was already getting packed.
Yeah.
See how it comes to
although
this. Go ahead.
Medicinal, give me a medicine check.
Well, that happened.
Wheeze. Starting off strong tonight.
The one skill that I would never need to roll a 1 for. I just rolled a 1 for. Anyway.
You rolled a 1S100.
Oh, that matters.
Oh.
Damn it.
Oh, please, God, re-roll that.
In before it's a crit anyway. Never mind.
Okay. I'm just trying to sit here like, okay, apparently they've just grabbed you, taken you into a blank science room, and pumped your brain full of all the information on some of the treatments here. But no, okay, that's not the case, thank God. All right. You don't get abducted and forcibly scienced.
Not that he would object to that.
That's fair.
I wouldn't object to that?
No, Hayes.
Okay. All right. Continue.
All right. That is exactly 7. Yes, on the nose. The difference before and after Mythic with the additional treatments is, to any who have not been paying attention to the small things, the minor subtle changes, it would seem as though the stallion had just had a very good night's sleep. However, to someone of your trained medical eye, the change is night and day. The labored breathing is gone. His sides do not appear to be slightly matted with sweat.
He's no longer subtly slurring his speech.
Yep, his eyes are dilating normally. They're just the odd little mannerisms, the odd little imperceptible tics that would usually go under the radar that you had been noticing. They're almost completely gone. He is as fixed as he is going to be.
Good to know.
That said,
The
you
stream
don't know if this is
Gimp
just
has
something
been
to remove it from his system or
5
something that will
seconds
provide
until
against future
detonation.
inoculations. So,
Sure.
Don't get bit, don't get scratched again.
Yep. Wear protection.
yeah, no, if you're going to get weird with something that's rabid, use protection.
Well, thank goodness I have Absorb Shield. Wait, does that just count as it? No, never mind. No. We're going to keep going.
Yes, please, let's not get into discussion about Absorb Shield, the angry condom.
Oh my God.
I'm
trying so hard not to vocalize that.
But yeah, so medicinal, you can tell that the boy seems to be doing much better, and Mythic, you feel a lot better. There's a lot more of a pep in your step. Now, you're not sure if that's just because there's some adorable little thing, some adorable little Twinkie thing that's been hanging around you for the past day, or if it's the simple fact that you've actually slept in an actual bed, or if it's the fact that you've eaten food that isn't older than you are, but you just feel a lot better today.
Or perhaps it's just the fact that he's had a proper vacation from That gestures toward the rest of the party.
This has been a proper vacation from that.
Yeah, he's only been endangering himself, not other people endangering him.
Or endangering other people.
Or getting himself into fights with Cazadors.
You son of a bitch.
Now, hang on. No, I will not let this slide anytime. No, the Cazador challenged me first. I did not challenge that Cazador. This has been a PSA. Thank you.
Yeah, but you accept.
Okay,
the
well,
fact that we are sitting here having a discussion about whether or not Han shot about whether or not Han shot first with a fucking Cazador.
Han Solo did shoot first.
Of course, obviously.
He's the protagonist. The protagonist always shoots first.
No, he's an asshole. That's why he shot first. He's a lovable asshole.
He's an asshole and he's not an idiot.
Those are all very valid points. All right, so I should probably get this further onto the rails, and going forward, I'm gonna have to figure out how to explain to this poor twink of a pony that.
I probably should tell you now that I built hover tech into the train, so where we're going, we won't need rails.
Wow.
Why do we get a flux capacitor with it though?
I have a spare. It's fine. We only went up to
version
89
2.
miles an hour one time, and that only. I'm sorry, Pluto's not a planet anymore.
Hey, don't forget the Mr. Fusion.
There is no Sailor Pluto. Pluto is not a real planet.
I'm sorry.
You remember the Mr. Coffee?
I'm sorry. Do you want to take that fact, Mythic?
Nah, it's Sailor Pluto, but she's a fucking short stack because it's a dwarf planet.
So Sailor Pluto, she's a short stack because it's a dwarf planet, but she's so stacked she could hit you with her tits like Power Girl and knock you unconscious.
Now, see, hilariously, I actually looked up one day. Okay, I really got to stop getting this off the rails. But one last off the rails. I literally one day woke up and in the morning and like, is there a Sailor Pluto? Considering the fact that that planet keeps coming in and out of planetary whatever. No, there is a Sailor Pluto, and they're like one of the. And she's like a really good sailor, apparently.
I'm
like
going
really
to.
OP.
I'm going to quote Hitomi. The moon isn't a planet either.
Yeah, but Pluto isn't a moon either. Is it even a moon? It's not a planet. It's not a moon.
No, what I'm saying is, it doesn't have to be a planet to have one of the Sailor Scouts named after it.
Sailor, don't worry about it.
Yes, moving on, please. Yes.
All right. So,
but before we start talking about the Sailor Starlights, go. Yes.
Okay. Okay. At this point, we are going to need to pull Pineapple aside and give him the rundown if he's truly serious on actually following us out. At this point, I should probably ask: is he still like a goo-goo-eyed over there? Is he still like really serious? Does he still look really serious about this?
As have you. Pineapple seems to have completely calmed down. So you are not constantly 3 seconds away from getting schmoopy-dooed.
Okay, well, at least we could talk about this. Well, like adults.
But yes, exactly. You can actually have rational conversation, but yes, there is in fact still this air of confident potato that believes in itself around Pineapple.
Mythic's gonna kind of exchange a look with Hayes. I assume. Where are we right now?
At the hotel. we've been staying at.
That makes sense, especially since Hayes is getting packed. So yes, you're packing up, getting everything squared up at the hotel and whatnot. And yes, Pineapple's helping you pick up, get everything packed away, and the air that he has is cautiously optimistic. Someone fresh out of high school who's ready to go away to college for the first time and hasn't had their teeth kicked in by the world yet. I'm not faded.
Probably kind of that really hopeful, I kind of hope he asks me along or something like that, but also not gonna press if he doesn't want to. That kind of air.
No, definitely seems like he might press a bit, but does look like he could be talked out of it. Just he's got a heart that's strong as horses.
Mm-hmm. Mythic.
Yes, it is.
Give me a moment with Pineapple, please.
Oh, you're going to talk to him.
So, Pineapple?
Yeah?
I have nightmares.
I'm so sorry.
I have nightmares from the different because of ponies I've wanted to help but couldn't. Either their taint mutation got too advanced or the radiation just got to them before I could help. The wasteland just isn't a place you go willingly. And as much as you and Mythic seem to be hitting it off, Mythic has something he's got to do. It's like his honor is on the line if he doesn't recover this sword thing.
The gemstone?
So I don't know the details. I never asked. But end of the story is you're safe here. There's no guarantee Mythic and I can keep you safe out there. Do you even have a gun? Do you know how to shoot it? And look at us. We don't wear this armor for fashion.
He's very quiet a moment as he gathers his thoughts. I didn't really think that you wore it for fashion. Well, maybe Mythic, it looks really good on him, but I didn't assume that people wore armor for fashion. I assumed that they wore armor to wear armor. My father worked as one of the guards of this town, and he did make sure that myself and my siblings could use a weapon, but he hoped we'd never have to use one. But after that thing happened a couple of weeks back, and was it months? He shakes his head. After that thing came, after those raiders came to the town, after the sky parted and the Enclave... Was it the Enclave? They said it was the Enclave.
Don't matter.
Yeah, after the after whoever it was showed up, I kind of realized that I've lived in this town for 23 years, and until that moment, I never really felt alive. I woke up, I either went to school or I went to work, I did my job, I got my meal rations, I went home, maybe read a book, or I cleaned, or I cooked if I was feeling festive. On a rare occasion, I may have a friend or someone over, but as of late, it's just wake up, go to work, get some food, come home, read, sleep. I might be safe, but I'm not really alive.
That's kind of the price you pay to be safe in the waste since the mega spells. But
I can't make you. I can't make you come with. It stops for a moment, and his hooves just kind of start wheeling in the air.
at the end of the day, I just want you to understand that this out in the wasteland, things are going to happen, bad things. And I think ultimately, instead of leaving South Shore to find your place in the world, maybe your place in South Shore is to change South Shore to make it more welcoming to Earth ponies. Because there's raiders out there, you know it. But then you also got to realize how many ponies out there are like me, where I'm probably smarter than most of the unicorns in this town. Please don't take that the wrong way.
He shakes his head. No, you're extremely intelligent and well spoken. I could tell just whenever you would walk around, whenever you would talk. A lot of unicorns felt very uncomfortable in your presence. You challenged one of the few things that they held superior, and that is their intellect. Us hornheads don't like feeling dumb, but
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Pineapple, the choice is yours. Even if you just want to travel with us until we can get to a different town where you really can make a difference. Will then take out a little bag and drop it in front of Pineapple.
he's
These are
gonna look in and open the bag.
This is the last of my bits that I've got. They don't do me much good out in the wasteland. So if you're going to follow us, now's the time to go out and use them to buy what you think you would need. If you stay, you're still welcome to keep them. And that'll be 41 bits.
Okay.
At that point, Hayes will excuse himself to let Mythic come back in and finish his packing up.
You know, I was going to tell him all that.
I'm going to say, after you give the bits to Pineapple, Pineapple basically turns around and heads out of the room, very, very much so looking like a cult on a mission.
Well, hello. It is now lightning here as well. Mythic's going to just kind of be hanging out at the hallway there. Probably see him walk out. Yeah. Oh, Pineapple. I trust the talk went well.
Oh, all right. So, yeah, like I said, he runs out. The two of you are alone in there.
Mythic just asked Pineapple a question.
Okay, then I did not hear Mythic. So, you're going to catch Pineapple before she runs out the room. Let me boost your volume again.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you were just mumbling real bad, but it's gone now.
Yep, he'll just kind of see Pineapple come out of the room, and he's just like, "Hey, so I take it that the talk went well."
Pineapple kind of stops, and where there was a picture of the face of a stallion on an errand, that's shattered in a minute as he turns to you. Yeah, I should probably go pick up some gear. You don't want me to come with you, do you? Not because you don't want me to come with, but you're worried that I'm gonna get killed, aren't you?
Mythic's gonna kind of remain silent for a moment. He kind of looks down in thought before looking back up at Pineapple. Personally and honestly, I couldn't honestly tell you either way. I just kind of know what it feels like sitting around, just doing the same thing day in and day out, just living. And I also know the feeling of wanting to go out there and explore the wasteland, but I also, words, hey, yes. But I also know how dangerous the wasteland is, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't worried about, you know,
Medicinal was mentioning that you were on your quest to find some gemmed stone sword or something.
He kind of lets out a light sigh at that. Kind of moves. I'm not sure how to describe that, but he just kind of moves his head around, like kind of.
And
Well-
then and then he begins to pick up on the head, and there is this. It takes a minute of the two of you going back and forth, but between you and Pineapple, you're able to accurately describe the sword down to a couple of the stones.
But yeah, it was mostly along the lines of just kind of a yeah, it is kind of what I was going after. But he definitely doesn't sound, as
He's sounding wishy-washy, non-committal.
He just kind of starts moving nervously on his hooves. I should probably let the two of you pack. I should go take care of some errands around town and whatnot. Oh, it seems we are experiencing technical difficulties on Mythic's end.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to take a minute while Mythic gets his connection set back up? Or yes, yep, there he goes.
I mean, he did say the power just went poof.
Maybe this would just be a good time to switch to the other group.
That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe.
Meanwhile, back in Silverfang.
No.
Oh,
nice try.
No, not that other group that I'm still not 100% sure where I need to pick things up at, but that one of these days we are going to have a what's going on with the rest of the party who's not in the party.
Slash cut. Martini has a dozen guns pointed at him. He looks worried.
Yeah, the jump cut episode of this is Martini. Remember him? This is him now, and he's just a fried chicken. Feel old yet?
He's just a fried chicken.
Wow. That's just cold.
No, it's warm. It's a fried chicken.
Yeah, it's warm. It's fried chicken. Come on.
You don't serve someone cold fried chicken. Jeez.
Kentucky Fried Pegasus.
Unless you're hungover.
That's fair.
Look, even hungover, I would take 2 seconds to throw the fried chicken in the microwave and wait a goddamn minute.
Yeah, because then it's kind of soggy, but at least it's warm.
Okay, so lightning struck, power flickered, and the Wi-Fi died and had like a stroke for a few minutes. But back now, welcome here, but you're all right, yeah. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Where was I?
God himself came down and mentioned that you probably shouldn't reject your potential lover.
No. You can. You absolutely can.
Wrong god.
And Cadence came down from above, looked me in the eye, and backhanded me, backhoofed.
That's
Oh,
true. Nice Egg did pretty much, or whatever your friggin' power grid is there. It's just like, you should rethink that choice, boy.
All right. So as I was trying to say, hopefully the words will come to me now. He definitely sounded a little less enthused about the mention of his big quest. But yeah, he'll kind of describe the obsidian sword and all that stuff. It's something of a not really keepsake. It's a and now the word's gone. What is the word that I'm looking for?
Duty?
Heirloom?
Heirloom. That's the word I was looking for. It's something of an heirloom in the town. Something we've all kind of centered ourselves around. I was one of the guardians for it. It got stolen that day, and I kind of volunteered to go after it. It was the noble thing to do, right?
Of course. It was your charge, your duty. You did what you had to do.
Yeah, what I had to do. So yeah, here I am out here, meeting you and a lot of other ponies. Look, as I said, personally, I'm not going to tell you that you come with us, and I'm not going to tell you that you have to stay behind. Personally, I would actually kind of like you to come along. I wouldn't mind the company, and you're pretty good company. At the same time, I'm not quite sure what I'd do if I couldn't, defend you or protect you or something. A lot of things happen out there in the wasteland, and I want to be sure that you're kind of ready to face it. Especially if you come with us. We're kind of on the front lines of most of the crazier shit.
I mean, we get radio broadcasts of what life is like. We're not supposed to, but I rigged up a radio so I get broadcasts of what things are like out there, and I know it's no picnic. I know that if you bring me back, aside from the rest of your group basically taking bets on how long it's going to be before I kick the bucket, I know that they're just going to be thinking of me as dead weight, but
You wouldn't be the only one.
I can read, I can cook,
Can you
decent with
handle
money.
Can you handle a gun, and what sort of spells do you know?
Sort of spells. I mean, I can move things around, light. He stops and thinks on it for a moment.
I know you have phase, which is kind of a big deal.
Well, yeah, it's helpful for getting things cleaned. I really just have a lot of bureaucratical type spells, things that help me read or see faster.
See faster.
Agility vision.
I hear see fast. All I can remember is like the old death battle when they were going over like Spider-Man's abilities, and they were just like, "That's bad writing. What does it mean that you can see faster?"
Yeah, sorry. So no, a lot of my spells are more for paperwork and managing a house and whatnot. Um I was telling your Earth Pony, I can shoot a gun. My dad was a member of the guard and made sure that all of his kids, unicorns and Earth Ponies, knew how to shoot.
I have to say something. The chat wants me to point this out and are screaming very angrily about it. That was Captain America, you dunce, not Spider-Man.
Are you sure? Because I'm pretty
I
sure
was going to say,
Brett is pretty fucking adamant.
All right. I apologize to chat for getting it wrong for a thing that I've seen. Oh God, it's been 2 or 3 years now, hasn't it?
yeah, I remember it being Spider-Man, but let's be honest, there's been a lot of bad writing related to Spider-Man.
Honestly, it's just kind of all the Marvel characters at some point, wasn't it? When you're trying to explain that they have like precognition or omniscience, it's like they can see faster. What does that mean?
Well, I will say something. It sounds like Mythic might have a student for a few spells.
Not only do I have a student, but I have a master. Somebody that can teach me phase. But now we're just getting into like the mechanical benefits.
I mean, it would be a bonding experience for the two of you to help each other learn each other's magic.
You are all a bunch of thirsty fuckers. Guys, really want this to happen.
Hey, it's not as bad as the time I was running a Pathfinder game and one of my friends took the spell Speedy Undress with a straight face.
I just want to remind
Bard
you.
by any chance?
I just want to remind you, the most effective stun spell in Shadowrun is Orgasm.
I don't like that you're right.
Cyberpunk games.
I'm afraid
It is possible to give someone such a high potency orgasm from magic that they die from it.
Okay,
Hey,
that's a thing.
We have
though.
a new thing for you to learn.
Yeah, it's called heart attack. But instead of just giving you a normal heart attack, it just makes you orgasm so hard that you just experience a heart attack and die.
And we've officially gone into not safe for Chris territory.
Okay, yep, we are pulling this train back onto the general direction that we were trying to go on.
I just want to point out,
this is the hover train.
I would do this to guards, walk over, sit down next to them, wait for them to wake up, and then be smoking a cigarette and go, was it good for you?
Anyway.
God damn it.
Yeah, looks like Chris might actually be in chat, so yeah.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris. We're bad people.
She is listed in the list of users in chat, so.
That thing I can't
but
see.
Yes, anyways, where were we? Yes. At all of this, Myth is going to reach into his inventory and pull out the shit. What was it called? Colt. A gun. Colt 45. That's right. The thing that we got way back in the. I think we got it at the mining facility.
That would make sense.
Wait, we picked up a second Colt? I didn't realize we'd done that. I thought the only one we'd got was the Sunrises.
There's
a
good
Mythic
number
found one
of...
in the diaper changing station that somebody had hidden there. A little note that said,
Yeah,
make
there's
sure
a
you
good
take care of
number of 45s existing around the wasteland. They were standard issue for
No,
a while.
I meant actually in the party.
I know. I'm saying that there are a bunch that exist in the wasteland. So the fact that everyone jokes about the Glock harvest, but let's be perfectly let's be perfectly honest, the M1911 is the gun that you use as a serving place for additional gun.
Fair.
Yeah, I just hadn't realised we'd picked one up we'd actually picked one up sort of at all.
Yeah, Mythic had picking it up in one of the bathroom diaper changing stations that he was going through. I think it was like on like a crit luck check or something. I can't remember what it was, but like he just lucked out and found it in there. And it's like it's one of those itchy jobs too, where it's got like all them stickers on the holster and everything. So he's gonna pull that
I
out.
may or may not have been remembering the fact that a friend of mine either got or showed me a violently pink 38 special, and I wanted it. I wanted it specifically because the colors of this thing looks like a Barbie dream house.
I will fault you with nothing for that because that just honestly sounds rad and memey as hell.
Here we go.
I will bless you with the color concept of 90s drink cups personified into a sidearm.
Speaking of which, just look in general on the Road Talk.
I've seen that. I hate
it,
but I've seen that.
Love that gun.
Wait, it's
No, just imagine being the guy that gets the hot pink Barbie gun held to your head and the trigger pull. That is the last thing that you see.
Yes!
That one. There you go. That is the last thing that you see is that being leveled at your head.
Fucking Derringer as well. It's not even a proper pistol. Oh, I know that. It's like it's not even a proper pistol.
For the sake of moving things along, let's just go ahead and say we're going to go to the gate. We'll wait 2 hours to see if Pineapple joins us. And after that point, we'll leave without.
I mean, I was kind of doing something, finishing up. All right.
But you've gone off on at least 3 tangents in the meantime. So.
Pulls up the gun, hands it to. He's gonna float it over to Pineapple. So.
All right. I'm going to. I am. Yes, Hetty, that is a very pretty piece. I am going to segue out to the other half of the group that is waiting in the wings and asking Medicinal specifically if he would have attempted to contact Sunrise or whomever.
I think yes, Hayes would have gotten on the radio the night before with just an update that they got the treatment got delayed. Not a big deal. We're going to be here an extra day, but we'll be leaving tomorrow, basically.
Okay, just checking to see if you've been in touch with them at all.
Yeah, like I said, he's kept in touch. Again, he doesn't know if the if they're being monitored or not. So he'd keep things short and vague. So
Oh, short and vague is always a good plan. But yes, so Nyota, Sunrise, and Chifundo, um, Debbie's left the area. It's been pretty quiet for the past day. There have been there have been some things that have flown overhead, creatures, not ponies, but nothing that's really seemed to stop and pay you much mind. There have been a couple critters who've come close, but have mostly just taken a leave after a couple of minutes of sniffing or poking around. There was who would be taking, because I know one of you would be awake at all hours, who would have been taking the very last overnight watch?
I volunteer as tribute.
I was going to say, 'cause normally you either you or Mina would in order to make breakfast, wouldn't you?
That's normally what happens. Is either Mina or Nyota takes last watch, and whoever takes last watch cooks breakfast.
Yep. Okay. So, Nyota, you're on last watch. You'd only been on for a bit when, and this was the day after Hayes had contacted you, basically saying, "Hey, we're all leaving tomorrow." There's a rustling just kind of coming from the nearby branches.
Okay.
It continues for a couple of minutes. It either seems like it's just moving around or is just blissfully unaware of the fact that you are there.
Probably more just moving around, because generally he'd be setting up the fire, and it's pretty hard not to notice that.
Like I said, blissfully unaware or just movement. Well, it comes and goes over a period of about 2 hours until finally, as you know, you've got the fire going. You've been on watch for about 3 hours now. It sounds like someone is violently shaking the brush, like something the size of mountain is about to step out of these bushes and into your campsite.
Question. Can I use survivalism to maybe make an educated guess at what this might be?
I'll allow it.
That's 6 and change if we're counting by the D10, or it's 65.
Yeah. That's more than enough. Okay, you were trying to make an educated guess.
And also keep an eye out for where that was coming from.
So it was all coming from the same general location, but I'm wondering if you actually had a hunch or if that was, well, I might not, but my character who's been living in the woods forever would type role. So
I mean, personally, I would, like, for out of character, if it's making that much of a racket, it's probably something that's intelligent. But my guts to go with probably something like a Yao Guai or, some other large creature.
give me an int check.
Fail by 1.
All right. So you keep your eyes on that area. You're watching, and finally, as it looks like it's about ready to step out, the brush is finally moving, parting. This thing, whatever it is, has taken its time to get ready, and what hops from the bushes into the view of the firelight is a squirrel.
Oh shit, you're doomed.
The squirrels have found
All
you.
right.
Run.
In my head, Bubba, should I be worried about this one?
You aren't wearing your eye patch, correct?
No, I'm not. It no longer exists.
And that is your left eye?
Yes.
There's a stirring in your mind, a presence that hasn't shifted in a bit. But as it does, the sleeping dragon inside your brain moves. Nyota, might I see?
Depends. Is 2 degrees of success enough to do so?
It's more of a, he's asking you if he might see.
I mean, I'm lending him everything
Okay,
I can.
that's what I needed to know.
Yeah, that's why I rolled the shamanism.
Okay, you lose sight in your left eye. Temporarily. Everything goes completely dark out of that side. You are now, it is like you were wearing the eye patch again. To anyone who'd be paying attention, the green is gone, and there appears to be one eye that is normal and one eye that is
rabbit-colored rabbit eye.
I was just trying to think of the scientific term for rabbit, and my brain just kept coming back to bunny, and I knew that wasn't right.
Lagomorph?
That works. But the shape of the eye has definitely shifted, at least to what someone else would be able to see. But there's a quiet, that's a scout. Wait a minute. The squirrel rotates slightly, and on the side, there's something that would look fairly imperceptible to you, but there's just a faint, cats. He is a scout. Break it, Nyota. Destroy that squirrel before it can get word back to the rest of them.
All right, going for a buck.
Bye bye, rabbit. We'll look for you in the next county.
That's a squirrel. Wait, get it away from the energy drinks.
I'm going to say that if you landed, it's not going to be a buck so much as it is a stomp.
I can live with that.
I want to see a squirrel land somewhere over never.
Any penalties?
yes, it has a yes, minus 35 due to size, and 45 due to size, the light level, and the fact that it is nimble.
All right, so with the bonus from Buck, that's a minus 30. So minus 45 minus the 15 bonus from Buck is minus 30. Well then.
All right. So you go to turn for the thing, and with a well-practiced motion, take a step, stomp down. However, the thing had clearly been studying for you. It had been paying attention. And as you stomp, it jumps. And it's going to attempt to essentially just clamber onto you, but it's got to make an unarmed check first.
Am I the only one that thinks it's hilarious if Nyota meets his match in a squirrel?
That would be kind of hilarious.
Well, it would seem funny. It would not be something I would put past Moon to make this squirrel have like 500 hit points and I'm 150 unarmed.
All right, so it manages to get a hold of your leg, but it can't really get any further up your leg.
All right. In which case, I'm going to attempt to use a hind leg kick against a tree with the squirrel in between me and the tree.
It is on your front leg at the moment.
Okay, then I'm going to swing it like a rag doll against the tree.
Okay.
Still minus 45?
No, because you are not bucking. No, there is only a minus 15, but more than anything, if you miss,
I do not.
you do not. Okay, so you will only take a little bit of damage back to your limb specifically. All right, so make standard unarmed attack.
And this also ignores 15 points of DT.
All right.
Correction. Ignores 20 DT.
I know some of that is from Fallen Caesar. Is the rest of it from a perk?
Yes. It's a combination of... Give me just a moment. Yeah, it's Piercing Hoof and Fallen Caesar.
All right, that makes sense.
And Penetrating Strike.
I'm gonna say Penetrating Strike doesn't apply because you're just going for the swing it like a club, not Precise Strike. But even then, it's not like it has a whole bunch of DT to contend with.
Fair enough.
Okay. There's definitely the sound of something cracking after you swing your leg into the tree. You do take 30 points of damage back to yourself, but it is reduced by armor.
Alrighty. So yeah, that's completely negated, and I'm going to attempt to pin it to the tree so I can continue beating its little skull in.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to succeed on a strength check here.
What is it tonight? Fail by 1.
Well, that's fine. Don't worry. I have to roll a nat 1 to succeed this. And even then, that's still not really even a critical success. So it does put up a bit of a struggle and a bit of a fight, but you are able to restrain the evil squirrel.
As I keep it pinned against the tree, I'm going to look it dead in the eye with the only eye I can look through. Speak quickly, or die.
But what comes out of your mouth, what you say is not what you hear. What you say is speak quickly or die. What you hear with your ears is as you are converting your something, you're not 100% sure what. Something is translating your words into squirrel.
Meanwhile, the other two just heard a thump of a buck and then a smack of a hoof against tree with probably a squeak in between.
Mumble, mumble, mumble. Naona, bacon.
After this, I was going to say, after the sound of hearing a tree basically have a rave for 3 hours. It chitters back at you in squirrel's speech, and there's a moment of lull where your ears are trying to process what they're hearing, but like working an old radio, it eventually dials in the correct frequency, and all you start to hear when the frequency makes sense is that damn rabbit and equine tall. I'm gonna. Where's me knife? Okay, I'm gonna have to stab my way out of this one.
Did the squirrel become Scottish at some point and then switch to Irish?
Skyrish.
But it's not a Pegasus.
More that I almost said, "Where's me mallet?" and I had to stop halfway through.
All right, Moon. I'm assuming the minus 15 is still in effect, but I'm also going to be making called shot.
The minus 15 at this point in time is the unescapable penalty of the fact that this thing is a literal squirrel and is small.
Yep. So that makes it
and
a
it's dark.
total. Yeah, that makes it a total of minus 45.
No,
No, because of the called shot that I'm going to make.
Oh, yes, because of a called shot. Yes, it's a minus 45.
Yeah. As soon as it said something about knife, I'm gonna crush its head. Or attempt to. Yikes. Is it wearing a helmet?
It actually is wearing a helmet. Now, granted, the helmet is just basically a couple pieces of walnut shell that have been hollowed out and shaped and bound together, but it does still provide some rigidity. It provides some rigidity, not enough rigidity. There is a crack. What do you do? Just kind of strike it once?
Yep. Tip of the hoof straight against the face. Like, imagine using a tree and a finger to try and pop a zit.
Well, that's an image.
Painful and ineffective?
All right. So it isn't dead, but you have succeeded in crippling its head. It does bite you once, but I suspect that your next turn is just going to be, and I continue to crush.
I mean, if we're going by turn base, then the moment it bites me, I'm just going to use full turn to punch it as many times as I can.
Yeah.
Which, needless to say, is a lot.
It doesn't have a lot more. It gets HP penalties for being so small. It's not really doing great right now.
Well, since these are no longer called shots,
I was gonna say you can't actually min out and do less damage than it has HP left.
and that didn't min out.
So as you star platinum a squirrel to death, it would hear before it's made into a print on the tree. You'd hear your own mouth say something about the Knights of Lot will never let your foul kind plague this land. And then you punch it 100 times.
All right. Well, once that's all said and done, I'm gonna take what is left back to clean and make into squirrel bits.
Give me a perception check. Give me a perception check at a +1 since you're taking it back over to your campsite area.
Fail by 2.
You know what? That actually makes sense. Are you still letting Boda kind of exist in your head, or?
Yep.
And I believe that there was something on it, but I also believe that it has now been moved into the inside of the creature.
Well, during the cleaning, I'm gonna have to, figure out what is and isn't supposed to be there. So.
Okay. Are you just going to take the time to properly clean and strip down and whatnot?
Yep.
Okay. So after you take a moment to prep, right, that works. After you take a moment to prep the thing, you get everything squared up. What you manage to pull off of the meat is tiny little, not forged, but hand-worked little bits of armor. It's got dried bark. There appear to be little chits of metal here or there. There was some kind of acorn or walnut type apparatus, but the general form and function is all but recognizable, are all but unrecognizable
Accused
now.
of practicing medicine without a license.
Attached to one of the hips, you can see what looked like a either a very crude knife or a short sword. It does kind of look like someone took and chopped part of a butter knife off.
Oh, hey, toothpick.
Yeah, for you it'll work perfectly for a little toothpick, but for something that small, it makes a pretty decent one-handed weapon.
Yep.
And seemingly having survived is a small satchel.
Well, as I get breakfast started, I'll go over the contents of the satchel as carefully as I can.
Okay. And as you open the satchel up and do your best to open up the little bits of parchment, there are two things that become immediately clear. One, wow, this is really tiny, and two, you can't read squirrel.
Well,
and unfortunately, neither can Boda.
Well, I suppose then, when Chifundo gets up, I'll ask him about it. He seems to have a thing for animals.
That could be taken a few different ways.
He seems to have an understanding with animals. How about that?
That sounds less like a lawsuit from the ASPCA.
Yeah, if nothing else happens while breakfast is cooking, Nyota will pull a few things out of his pack and start looking over them, partly for reminiscence and partly because, well, the bits and bobs he's accumulated have started to weigh down his pack some, and he is kind of contemplating moving some of it out of his inventory and into the, yeah, let's get rid of this next chance we got. Specifically, he's going to be looking at the prototype Skyfighter armor that he picked up in, and I quote this from my sheet, the Boom Boom Room.
Yes, the Boom Boom Room.
And he's going to be looking over that revolver again, deciding whether or not he wants to continue holding on to it, as well as the box it came in.
Cinder screaming, "Don't get rid of that armor!"
I really don't want to tell Cinder that the armor is effectively weightless and is titled Quest and Essential, but no, that would be, you don't have Wild Wasteland, so it doesn't happen to you.
His wife does.
She does.
Shh, I don't care how much Wild Wasteland or how much literal crazy has rubbed off on him. That's not how traits work.
I mean, they are technically soulbound.
Not only that, but the crazy boom mare also has an aspect of Pinkie Pie lodged in his skull.
I mean, it's not going to make the armor weightless. If anything, it's just going to make you think twice about throwing it away. Either that, or in spite of the fact that this thing is basically a literal brick of gold, because it's been titled quest item, it has a sell value of 0.
But yeah, just gonna work on breakfast and kind of look things over and just try and figure if there's any way I could potentially refit the armor and have the wing ports sealed up to make that, actually functional armor.
It would require a lot of skills that you don't have, but you are welcome to try and roll them if you'd like.
Well, I'm more just looking it over, but yeah.
Oh yeah, to actually do it, to look it over and try to figure it out, it still requires them, but you don't actually have to, be that great in the skills. It is 1 mechanics and 1 hacking check.
Oh, okay.
That's not a good sign.
Well then.
Fingers crossed. I couldn't double down on it.
Oh, well. Say roll 20, go home, you're drunk.
I mean, it's not the worst. It has passed us on a target of 11 before.
Oh man, I think I might have called session early if Roll20 is just like, yeah, you can be allowed to fix up this armor that was never intended to be for you in the first place.
Does he make enough noise that I can wake up now?
I mean, you can wake up at any given point in time. You can wake up in the middle of the night. You could have asked to roll perception checks to wake up in the middle of the night.
I'm not that nice to my own character. I assume heavy sleeper is super heavy sleeper and can sleep through a nuclear explosion.
Do you have the heavy sleeper negative?
No.
Then you're not that heavy of a sleeper.
All right, Miss Stalingrad.
Oh, what are you working on?
I'm not working on anything aside from breakfast, but I distinctly recall you want bacon this morning.
No?
Well, I mean, that's what you said in your sleep, but okay.
Comes
Squirrel
out.
on a stick?
I'm not hungry.
Okay, well, I'll just finish up making breakfast then.
Wait, where did you get a squirrel?
I reach into my bag and pull out several squirrels on a stick. Well, you remember that time? And then he goes back to the time where we were being hunted by the cleaners. These things keep surprisingly well.
Nyota, that was 3 months ago.
Yes, and properly cured and dried, they make for excellent trail rations.
Wait, what?
What?
Moon, you remember the cleaners when we were trying to escort
the
zebras in the back and Hot Cross, I think it was?
Yes.
You remember that while I was working out on the sides of the rest of the group, I was taking care of the squirrels?
Oh shit, no, I'd completely forgotten about that.
Yeah, I currently still have 4 squirrels on a stick from that.
I mean, I know there was a reason why, aside from just memes, that the agents of the Woodland forces were targeting the lot of you, but I couldn't remember quite exactly why, and I forgot it was because you had waged jihad on the squirrels way back when.
Wow, kept that one quiet. I thought this was just a Bodapet thing, not realizing it was going back that far.
Oh, that is definitely a large portion of it, but I'm trying. But yes, no, that was the missing detail that I was, because he had gone around just like, yes, okay, and squirrel, and squirrel, and squirrel, and squirrel.
And your dinner, and your dinner, and your dinner.
And you're a mid-walk snack.
5 XP, 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 5
Oh
XP, 5
God!
XP.
I'm suddenly reminded of the South Park World of Warcraft crossover.
In the woods.
5 XP, 5
killing
XP, 5
bullets.
XP, 5 XP.
Where to level up,
Okay.
you just go off and slaughter all the sheep in the forest.
Guys, why are y'all EXP grinding without me?
But yeah, so I'm gonna look over at sunrise. I can get the coffee started now if you don't want to go back to bed.
Yeah, coffee sounds great. I didn't realize you've been eating squirrel that often.
You do know that I don't have the same compunction as you do.
I know.
Like, at the end of the day, food is fuel. Good food is to be enjoyed, but the majority of the stuff that we eat on the road, well, when Mina was around, that was always an experience. But most of the time, it just eat to keep moving.
Pony Chicks found it.
Yeah, but next you're gonna tell me eating pony is okay.
God, no! Actually, goddesses, no!
Yeah, I think I'll just have coffee this morning. Coffee sounds great.
I mean, I still have some of the pancake mix that Mina made up.
No, just coffee.
Okay, I will set the coffee on to brew. And I will actually stop what I am doing, looking over the armor and the firearm, to actually pay attention to the coffee.
Gets up and keeps trying to figure out where Nair to get a bag of squirrels.
I mean, I didn't get a bag of squirrels. Well, I mean, I've had squirrels in my bag, but no, I've legitimately been occasionally snacking on them since that day.
Okay, but that still doesn't explain where you keep getting them. Also, wasn't Boda Pet at war with the squirrels?
Lots of things are at war with the squirrels. The squirrels are at war with the squirrels. Nature is at war with the squirrels.
Doodle in real life is at war with the squirrels.
I mean, if you want to see a bit of war, then look at the red squirrels versus the grey squirrels. That's the point. Was the squirrel that Naivety killed red or grey?
Are you asking if the squirrel was racist? In addition to speciest?
I'm asking if the squirrel that Nyota killed was the endangered one or not.
For the
Gray
sake
squirrel.
of Twitch, let's go with gray.
Yeah.
Gray squirrel.
Well, Moon just said it was a grey, so that's fine.
And does Sunrise voice her concerns about Nyota's squirrel gathering habits out loud?
Yes, she does. Where do you keep getting squirrels?
Well, I haven't gotten any recent. Well, aside from the one, but I haven't actually gotten any recently.
Nyota, are we being pursued by an army of bloodthirsty, angry, genocidal, specious squirrels?
I don't know about all of that, but I would definitely say we probably have some issues with the squirrels that need to be hammered out.
Whistles in had a one night war with the squirrels.
I mean, I never did ask Chifundo about that night he went missing, but, you know, things happen. Wildlife apparently has the capability of hating. Huh. Puts consuming squirrels into a whole new light if you know that they're sapient.
I somehow don't think manticores have that same moral dilemma.
Okay. Should I be on the lookout for squirrels? In the same way I'm on
Check
the
your
lookout
whisper
for...
node.
In the same way I'm on the lookout for raiders?
Yep. Give me a second, Sonny.
As you ask Nyota, should I be on the whereabout for squirrels? Your husband might go to turn around to answer you, but the voice that comes out is not his. As well, the green that was his eye becomes a rabbit one. There is a very clear, distinct difference where one eye is equine and one eye is rabbit. Sunrise. Beware the squirrels. Beware the critters of the underbrush. There is a war brewing. Well, there was a war on the surface. There was a war on the surface, hidden from the surface. There are only so many resources for the big ones, as there are resources for our kind and the other kinds who fight and squabble and battle over them. There's a quiet lull from your rabbit husband, and it picks up after a moment. Fluffy-tailed bastards. They eat their own kin rather than starve with honor. Not all of them are terrible. Certain clans, certain packs, but you should never trust a squirrel.
Okay, Moon. Point on the dull moon where the squirrels hurt you.
You said rabbit husband and I lost it!
I tried
that's deeply immersing. Quick, guys, we need Art of Nyota in a Playboy bunny suit.
You said rabbit husband and I couldn't keep a straight face. I'm sorry. Oh god.
By the way, V,
Yeah.
I redeemed for requesting a piece of artwork.
Okay. What is it? Are you redeeming Nyota in a rabbit suit?
No, Nyota with a rabbit left eye giving this speech. If the artist wants to get particularly creative, they can add in like ethereal rabbit ears where his normal over his normal ears.
And ethereal whiskers.
Yes.
Fee, do you want me to drop the 10,000 points to Nyota in a Playboy suit? Playboy bunny suit?
No, he technically has the patron benefit to do that.
I mean, I'm still sitting here waiting for it to allow me to spend the sunrise caps because I tried doing it.
What the hell is that, Shadow?
I don't know. All I know is I still hear the word rabbit husband, and I'm just like.
I mean, would you rather rabbit husband or Playboy boyfriend?
Why not both?
Why not?
Do you need a minute to gather yourself? Because my face hurts a little bit from laughing.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna check and see if the squirrel is done.
Ding.
Fresh squirrel.
Sunrise is just going to get out her coffee mug and nervously drink cold black coffee.
No, it's hot. He made it.
The fresh coffee is not ready though.
I think I just lightly broke Pony Chick.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Check artwork dump.
Yeah, no, Shadow, that is pretty perfect.
Okay. Squirrels and bunnies are like squirrels and zebras, squirrels and ponies, squirrels and other squirrels. You have sure a contentious bunch of squirrels. You've just made an enemy for life.
This is accurate.
What do you have against squirrels?
I'll tell you on break. I would you like to pretend that you live in a world where there's no real rational choice and I've just decided to pick this small fuzzy woodland creature to be the just focus all of my existential rage and hatred on, or would you like to know the actual reasons?
Yes.
Yes.
Both. I want to know why you've made squirrel Nazis.
No, we don't know that they're Nazis yet.
They're not Nazis. Just because you disagree with it does not make it a Nazi.
That's fair, but I had assumed the worst from you and had just imagined you'd already made the SSS.
God damn
Jesus.
you. No, I am a classy bastard. I went more in the style of Mongolian horse raiders.
Ooh.
Oh!
That would actually fit with how mobile they are as well.
So just for the day that you see a squirrel on the back of an antelope. Or, on a fucking bird.
Oh,
Squirrel bird.
So they're also just extra rapey.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah.
No, if they drag off Chifundo, then you can possibly say that.
Remember that one quarter that Genghis Khan had sex with so many women that 1/4 of the population has his genes somewhere in them.
That Changis dick. But, no, it is a combination of a friend of mine that if people need a stand-up stretch and move, we've been going for like 2 solid hours straight. So,
also, I'm just going to say, look in general.
I will look in general. Because I'm going to need to use the bathroom in just a moment.
Oh!
Yes!
Also, I imagine that the squirrels and rabbits speak like the text-to-speech in Totally Accurate Battlegrounds.
Maybe a little. But yeah, so oh hey, I still have a little bit here. No, so it was a friend of mine when I was going to college. She told me about the story where she was traumatized not by a squirrel but by a roommate who proceeded to come out of their part of the dorm bunk whatnot in apparently a squirrel fursuit without warning her.
Okay.
And this caused a lifelong lasting hatred of squirrels.
Oh. Okay.
But as for why, no, see, when I was younger, now I've mostly realized that part of the people that I had at ploy were incorrect, that I was dead ringering on the wrong groups. But no, see, I don't know if I sarcastically seriously believe this or if I'd seriously convinced myself about this. But I had a working theorem back in like 2006 that one of these days, with their advanced technology, and by that I mean the fact that they could build a barn in an entire fucking day, that with their advanced working technologies and their communication and bond with nature, that a group of armed Mennonites would raise up with their squirrel armies to take over the world. There's also the fact that squirrels are just giant fucking assholes. Although they did get that one college class out of a test. Anyways.
Okay. I did not realize that your hatred of squirrels ran that deeply. I'm going to turn on music for the audience during this intermission and go make tea now.
Listen, you be out on the opening day of deer season, be like, oh boy, I think that's the sound of an entire flock of moose coming out from behind me. And what is it? It is a squirrel the size of a coffee cup.
I don't know, man. I've got some pretty big coffee cups.
Yes.
You can run traitor. Go and tell that evil raider. Tell the shambler, the gambler, the bit biter. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down.
So am I the only one fully expecting Pineapple to come back to the gate wearing a suit of power armor?
He's gonna come to the gate wearing a suit of power armor, dual link mini guns, and probably a rocket launcher.
No, not rocket launcher. Remember, this place loves their energy weapons.
Yes, right. A Balefire egg launcher and probably a bucket of plasma.
No, Gatling caster.
Yeah, Gatling caster,
the Balefire launcher.
She said, phony, go and do my will. Go tell that Go and tell that evil raider.
Everyone's just staring, and on top of that, the power armor has that, what is that mirror-like add-on that makes it real shiny and good against light.
The perk shiny armor.
I thought it was something you could add on the armor. Kind of like a bladed plating.
Yeah, it's like a mirrored finish or something.
Yeah.
Cut you down, sooner or later she'll cut you down.
So what do you think, Moon? Is that pretty much what we're gonna see?
Throw your rock and hide your hand, working in the dark against your fellow mare. But sure a selection made day.
How about a white dire right?
Will be brought to the light. You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. You know the angel's gonna cut you down. Sooner or later she'll cut you down. Go tell that light-year traitor. Go and tell that evil raider. Tell the shambler, the gambler, the bit biter. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Tell him the angel's gonna cut him down. Go tell that light-year traitor. Go and tell that evil raider. Tell the shambler, the gambler, the bit biter.
So, in a strange bit of happenstance, went downstairs to grab a snack. Turns out the episode of Star Trek Voyager where they're in Nazi Germany was playing.
Okay then.
I'm not sure if this is all a fever dream at this point.
Kind of hoping nobody mentions the altercation at South Shore. You can see how Pineapple reacts to the party for a decent period of time before finding out. I know it's not going to happen, but it'd be a nice thought.
Well, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Does somebody want to explain to me why Lenzabi's lost his mind?
Because it's Lenzabi?
Right, he never had a mind to lose in the first place. I understand now.
I was just about to say that.
But yeah, for the fact that Fee came back after I told this story, I went downstairs to grab some cashews, snack for game, and turns out we're dealing with squirrel Nazis, and the folks downstairs are watching an episode of Voyager. You know, the one where they're basically back in Nazi Germany. And I'm starting to question if this is all just a fever dream.
Yes.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that this entire game has just been a massive fever dream for Moon for the last, nearly 4 years.
Okay, everyone, quick, neuralize him. Anyway.
No, Cinder, you stay away. You stay away, Cinder.
Well, Cinder's version of neuralization is to run up to you with a giant mallet and smack you in the head and say, if I hit him just right, I'll forget the last 10 minutes, and then keep hitting you until you have permanent brain damage.
I reiterate previous statement.
Yeah, I was about to say no.
With increased vigor.
So
Emissary walks up. Poof. There we go. Everything's fixed.
Cinder's methodology is akin. Okay, so Cinder is basically the Eustace bag of your household.
No, Fee's the one that hit me when I showed up at the door.
But Cinder's the one that goes, I gotta get me mallet.
I didn't hit you that hard.
You didn't.
And I only did so because you insisted Cinder come wake me up in order to come to the door.
Eh.
I just asked him to deliver it, not wake you up.
I didn't actually ask her to wake you up. I didn't realize you'd lied down. When I left, you were awake.
And Pony Chick has just gone and found season and episode of Voyager.
Also, Drinking Buddy, that's freaking genius. Looking live stream crazy.
Oh no.
Yes.
Well then.
I knew that picture would come in very useful one day. There you go. That's what you spent your 10,000 sunrise caps on. Have a nice day.
That's cool. I still have like 16,000 of them.
Caps on.
Correction, I have over 100,000 sunrise.
That is not my emoji, but I'm glad somebody modified it to do. Oh my god, why need an adult?
What emoji?
Is Moon back?
No.
It's great. Cinder's going to acquire a giant mallet and call it Memory Extractor.
Uh-huh.
Is Moon okay? He's usually back before I make tea.
He's drinking.
Oh. Like lethal overdose level of drink?
Intensely.
What did we do this time besides the War of the Squeakity Squeak?
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad that my advertisement for this stream was accurate. We are Moon's reason for drinking.
We are. Well, actually, I can't say that.
One of the reasons.
Yep.
Hmm.
Nothing, just had a thought. What's the party's rule about anything that flies over them, even if it doesn't seem like they've noticed it, or they've noticed the party?
That's a dangerous question.
It's an important question.
I mean, given that only, I'm just trying to think who we got in the party. Given that at the minute there's only really Chifundo with any real range.
We have Sunrise, the improvised flak bus.
Why am I an improvised flak bus?
Because your explosives have a time.
I'm actually better than the actual flak bus. Prove me wrong.
You've not shut anything down yet.
Okay, if we can mount an 88 somewhere on you, then I'll accept that. Actually, let's not.
Does it have to be an 88 centimeter, or can it be an 8.8 centimeter, or can it be an 8.8 millimeter?
Given that the what's widely regarded as the flak bus was the 8.8 centimeter.
But he just said an 88. He didn't specify which one. Snips, we can't hear you.
You're roboting.
Are you okay, Moon?
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry about that. Terribly, terribly sorry. No, I am good. I got dose 1 of the COVID vaccine today, and I am just a little bit out of it. I'm fine. I was told that a little bit out of it is one of the things that might happen.
Anyway, between a little bit out of it and, oh god, I feel like I'm coming down with the flu.
Well, considering I sat and watched my mother basically go from I got shot with the COVID vaccine to I feel like I am getting sick.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Welcome back, Moon. And to answer your question, Fee, I didn't think I'd need to specify which version of the 88. There's only one that anyone really cares about.
Yep.
All right.
Well, no, there's two. There's the standard 88 and the long-barreled 88, but yeah.
Okay, hey Moon, which could we fit on Sunrise, the long barrel 88 or the standard 88? We're talking about the flak gun.
What?
Probably neither.
Snips is trying to turn me into a flak bus.
That's not possible. She's been diagnosed with small.
So?
So the 88mm gun is big and heavy.
It's like
All right.
It's like the M2 on the small tripod.
Nope, this has gone from a joke to a challenge.
No. What I was going to say, if you equipped her instead with a 60mm and a single stabilizing pod to throw down behind her, she would be fine.
Nope, making a deployment support ramp that allows a horse to walk around with an 88mm cannon on its back.
She'd need fucking power armor.
Oh, can we please not with large horses who have compensation issues?
This is the small horse with compensation issues. It's worse.
That's hilarious.
All right,
So-
It's like, why does everyone give their lolies giant weapons? Because it's hilarious.
Back to the game, anyway.
Yeah, so roll call?
Present.
Hello.
Still awake?
Alright, sounds like we've got everybody.
Are we going to drop Arcanon from orbit yet?
I have figured out 3 separate ways to get him in.
I'll post one.
Stop it. I have figured out 3 separate ways the game will end with this boy in session. Anyway. I would really like to avoid ODST dropping Arcane.
Too late, it's in general.
Are you sure you'd really like to avoid it, or do you secretly want to do it? Like, really want to do it? Just so you can see our reactions.
So, who is...
And then inevitably make someone roll a reflex or get ODST dropped.
I just opened CAD on my computer. I'm already at work.
All right. Okay.
I have nothing to do with this.
Nope, I understand. I am not pointing fingers at you. So, shifting back then to the away party, it's been about an hour, 40 minutes.
Can I just say, I think Mythic wanted to do something before...
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Mythic did want to do a couple of things.
Mythic, let's do a couple things.
Well, I sent you what he would have told and done with Pineapple before they left there. So
Speed reading.
I got that out of the way.
Okay. Okay. Fuck. God damn it. Okay, so Mythic, I read that. That happened. Pineapple nods and does go back. God damn it. God damn it. I missed that comic. I'm sad it stopped updating. So, Mythic, as you were handing that over, it did seem that Pineapple was partially had partially packed up, but would you have done that before the two of you split off to go and square up your final affairs?
Yeah, essentially that's what he was gonna like end with before they all split up. So this would have been after Hayes and him talked, and then they were talking out in the hallway. That's what he was going to end with, and then we can skip to whatever else we're going to do, leaving the town or sitting there waiting to leave.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. All right, so as the two of you go through, there's a little bit of essentially That sounds so dumb. Exit interview. That's the word. There's actually a word for this. They give you an exit interview on the town as the two of you had been earmarked visitors. That's what it was, visitors. And it was essentially we have started up this new department. Pony. We have been referring to it as Pony Relations, and we're wondering if you would fill out a brief survey of the town. And it was just basically, did you enjoy your stay? A couple of like normal questions, like a name, a description, a cutie mark. Since I assume at this point in time that descriptions of cutie marks are essentially like an ID.
Pretty much. It's
Or
like a
fingerprint or something.
fingerprint almost.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your Earth pony getting beat up by the locals?
Sorry, it was more just one of those things that I realized I should probably make sure that they know that this part, that a question like this isn't out of the ordinary. But yes, there actually is a spot where it said, "Did you have any issues during your stay in South Shore?" And Mythic, for you specifically, after you fill out your form, they ask you for a moment, since the reason you came in was for a medical, they come to you with a follow-up interview. And it's just simply, how are you feeling now? And the problem that you came to the town, has it been resolved?
Feeling like a new pony, and I believe the issue has been resolved, yes.
Now, what was the issue? It doesn't actually say on the paperwork that I have here.
Just some minor stuff, a rabies shot or something like that.
Eyes go wide. Eyes go wide a little bit, and it's just. I see.
Yeah, it wasn't perfectly. It was mostly small. It got cleared up pretty fast.
Would you be willing to let us just take a quick blood sample?
By blood sample, how much blood are we talking here?
I'm sorry, I could not actually bring myself to depress the mouse because I was laughing at Hides the Giant Needle.
Look, when somebody says
Hold
they want a
on,
blood
hold
sample,
on.
that could be anywhere from, hey, I just want a little shot to, oh, my blood, he punched out all of my blood.
We have a picture for this.
Oh, God.
We do.
We do.
Oh, right.
Zoom
That
in
I got commissioned.
on it's holy shit, I forget it's 30 megabytes. Zoom in on Scapola and Quick Stitch.
Hold on, no, I'll get the other one.
Oh, yeah, there's another one.
No, let's just get the one that is just Quick Stitch holding that fucking syringe.
I'm already on it. Give me a minute.
Oh my God,
I
that
am
one.
so
There we
happy
go.
I'm able to
Shadow's
use
posted it.
Oh, where'd he post it?
Live stream crazy.
I've just posted it into artwork dump on the Road Talk.
I like how the syringe says 5 ml, and I think to myself,
Gallons.
megaliters is spelled with a large M.
Macroliter?
Yeah.
That needle is actually terrifying.
That's like.
Hey Moon, that's the needle for the second coronavirus shot.
Yeets a shark at you.
and it's administered rectally.
Oh
I
no!
think I
Wait,
just heard someone's
hold on,
butter
hold on.
clench.
Adagio, Moon's a guy. It's administered through the other way.
All right.
Why unicorns
Okay,
invented the anesthetic spell?
So it's
I
an
think there's
oral
supposed to be a
and
lot more
I wasn't
dead
aware that you could just drink an antivirus. That's pretty neat.
All right.
Yeah, let's not joke about and possibly spread false information about the corona vaccine.
Yeah, no. As a note, it is directly administered through one of the deltoid muscles in your shoulder.
Yeah, and the needle is freaking tiny.
Yeah, it's really not
it's
that
a standard
bad.
vaccine.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
That ass though, if the needle was that big, I would just settle on being 50% immune and just fuck no. That is like, not gonna happen. That needle is actually kind of terrifying.
Actually, I have to stop you there if we're not going to spread misinformation. The first shot does absolutely nothing without the second shot to activate it. You are not immune to anything.
No, both Pfizer and AstraZeneca. The first shot takes you up to about 72% resistance.
Also, as a note, let's leave AstraZeneca out of it because they were using outdated information for the vaccine and it's being reevaluated.
Moving on. Point is, if you don't get the second shot, you still getting exposed is very bad.
Oh yeah, there's still a risk.
Anyway, yes, immediate and important and basically obligatory PSA out of the way. No, they do in fact just bring out a normal collection vial. Then it's just we just need to sequence this, make sure that the rabies cells that are active are now either dead or completely dormant. If they're dormant, we might need to make it for round 3, but we'll just do that right here. We just simply don't want you to bring more contagion out into the wastes.
Shrugs, offers foreleg.
He almost pouts a little bit when you're so cooperative, but he takes the sample, makes his way out, and it only takes about 10 minutes. Comes back. Maybe he just wanted to use fire. Comes back about 10 minutes later and just, well then, Mr. whatever name you gave on your identification, it seems that you have a clean bill of health. You're about as healthy as a wastelander can be.
By that you mean I am actually clear, or we're going to have to discuss some other things?
Oh, no, I mean you are clear. It's just that the continued exposure to the air that's been partially ionized due to the megaspell of radiation, I mean just generations upon generations of living and breathing and living and breathing, it just causes mild amounts of permanent damage to the cells. It's fine. The body's mostly adapted, but it's very much bad. It's not something that we could ever recommend professionally.
Noted. Duly noted and filed away for future reference. Thank you. I am not sure what I'm going to do with this information, but it will be something very good. Probably. Is there anything else that is required of me?
Hazel write a 3-page paper explaining the necessity of signage to prevent ponies from entering dangerous parts of city, more rambunctious areas of the city.
Hey, I'm not even sure why you're writing those anymore. You know nobody can read those. Not because it's illegible, but because I'm not even sure how to pronounce that word that you just used.
Fucking non-dictatorialism.
His just shakes his head. Anyway.
And just, they're sitting there as you ask for another piece of paper, and then another piece of paper, and yet They are ready for you to go on to onto page 4 or onto piece of paper 4, and I'll breathe a collective sigh as you stop.
By the way, when you're saying 3-page, are you just writing on one side, or are you using both sides of the paper?
Both sides.
Yeah, come
I
on.
assumed it was both.
Like that.
So it's technically 8. So it's 8 pages.
Of course, you need the cover
sorry.
letter and the reference guides.
Sorry, it's 4 pages, but 8 pages.
Well, keep in mind, proper formatting is title page. It includes a title page and a reference section.
God, you have given some of the unicorns there such inadequacy issues that they're gonna go home and do calculus for fun.
Mythic just kind of slowly leans over, tries to read it.
You, both of you make me a perception check.
I think he might actually lose a point of intelligence for this.
Not sanity, but intelligence.
Hey, twinsies!
Apparently so.
Yes, the mystical number 4.
All right. Yes, the two of you continue to hear it disseminate a little bit. There are a couple of hushed conversations. At the very least, one unicorn looking to another, go, "Just tell me I'm smart, okay? I just need to hear. Just tell me I am intelligent." There's a couple of others who just seem to be having small identity crisis because, oh God, it's not Mentats. Oh God, it's not Mentats. If it was Mentats, it would have worn off by now. Oh God, the Earth Pony's actually this smart.
Hey, Arvana, what is Hayes' intelligence?
9.
Jesus Christ! So he's literally smart enough to give these unicorns an existential crisis.
So average intellect of the town amongst the unicorn populace is right about 7. So yeah, he is in like well-read collegiate levels of unicorns. And yeah, some of the ponies who are working there are not collegiate level unicorns. They're just people on a 9 to 5. This is
existential crisis territory.
I am loving so much.
It's the greatest thing ever. No, everyone was worried about Mythic the entire time. Who stole the show?
When your brain is the most dangerous weapon you can bring to the town.
I plan to.
See, it's even worse because highly educated Earth Pony, proving that unicorns are not superior.
We are all equal in some form or fashion.
I can imagine if Quickstitch turned up, it would be more just shoot first, ask questions never.
I don't know. He looks like a doctor, and he's a unicorn.
Sir, is that a unicorn? I see horns, I see a wings, and I see a mane. Suppressing fire, suppressing fire.
Wear a cloak. Wear a cloak. It's a unicorn with a gorgeous mane.
Oh, goodness help them if they do a blood test on Quickstitch.
It'd probably melt the needle.
Ma'am, it's melting the needle.
Well, no, it's even better than that because Quickstitch's armor is his skin.
He broke the needle. He broke the what? He like no. I go to take a sample and the needle just snapped. I wasn't trained for this.
Oh yeah, and if he goes full blown Princess Main.
Everyone's just looking around. Everyone's just looking around. The most senior member on the research team just looks to them all and goes, "Get the janitor."
Get the janitor. He's the only one that understands how to handle this situation.
Did she sneeze at the exact time I'd said that? I'm just wondering if the timing was that flawless.
You actually got absolutely zero change in any of my facial expression.
So anyway, we'll wait, finish our exit paperwork, and like I said, we'll wait 2 hours to see if Pineapple joins us. Otherwise, we go back to the rest of the group.
Mythic looks nervous as he's waiting.
All right, thank you, Adagio. I am going to turn this into something horrible against Cinder's will. Let's see here. Twitch. Affiliate settings.
What the fuck?
Emotes.
I heard that.
It's too late, Cinder. It's too late.
Let's see
here. Wait, I'm the one that does terrifyingly horrible edits.
That was a squeak of horror.
Emotes. And lock that into...
So, how long before Fee gets a rolled up newspaper or magazine wrapped around the back of her head?
It only has to be smaller than a megabyte.
We're all just going to hear a
I don't
gunshot.
think I have to modify this. It is, in fact, smaller than a megabyte. That's wonderful. Name of the emote. Cute hello.
And Pony Kick has clipped the Fiora now.
So, as a reward... for anyone who has dropped 10,000 bits since they have been around the channel, it doesn't matter if you do it all at once or if you do it over the course of time, as far as I can tell. Let me double check this. Yes. So anyone who's dropped $10 of bits, there's 17 of you, now has access to a new emoji.
I'm only at 365.
Oh boy.
Yeah, apparently I need to drop more bits.
You're welcome. Cinder is now an unlockable.
Is that 10,000 bits?
Yeah, it's 10,000 bits or more.
Okay.
Cinder is now an unlockable. Moving on.
Oh my god, it's so adorable. It's so cute. Okay, now
Where
that
does
I'm
it
done
list
squeaking.
how many bits I've actually donated to you?
If you hover over it, it will tell you how many you have remaining. For example, when I hovered over it, it said, donate 9,995 more bits in order to unlock this. And I was trying to figure out when in the fuck I got 5 bits.
Apparently, I need to donate 1,119 more bits.
Yeah, see, you're like most of the way there, and you've done it organically. I've basically got to slip fee a $10 bill for a cute random horse emoji.
No. It accumulates over the course of an entire year, and you can farm the bits via ads. And I have seen people farm easily 100,000 bits with ads.
I can't. It won't let me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Same
It has
here.
disabled the ability for me to farm bits via ads on the channel.
I've never had the watch ad option work for me either.
Anyway.
So I look at it and I'm like, do I want to slide you a $10 bill to be able to spam cute horse emoji? And I'm thinking about it. But not the point. I just want to boot the snoot. I need to scroll off this channel. All right.
Where the fuck did you find that emote, Snips?
It's on our server.
Oh, that. I have access to that one too.
I don't have Nitro, but okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Nitro is amazing, and it was one of my favorite Christmas presents to myself. Anyways, oh no, the general chat is being spammed with butts. This is the opposite of a problem.
I mean, I was going to say they are at least sexy furry butts.
Like I was going to say, this is the opposite of a problem.
You heard it here, folks.
Nope. Arm does not go up that high. Okay. So it is about an hour and 40 minutes. The two of you have been waiting around. And then there's an odd sort of murmur, I think, that just sweeps up towards the two of you in a wave.
What kind of murmur are we talking here?
Rumor, whisper, water cooler gossip. It just over the course of the second hour, there's just been this trickle of feed of conversation until finally, I assume you're waiting at the same gate at the same gate guard area you checked in. Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty much, probably. Yeah.
All right, so it's the same guard is back on duty who checked you in the first time. So, at the very least, you have a friendly face to walk you out of town, and
friendly, money hungry face.
Fair. I'll put it this way.
Bet they're sad to see all the gold bars leave.
Probably.
No, actually, when the two of you came down that morning, he set down the paper and just, oh, if it isn't the visitors, I heard about that little scuffle that happened over in Old Town, and I'm really sorry to hear about that. Apparently, some of the bonies who were college kids, they. I hope they didn't rough you up too much, none.
I want to point out that Hayes hasn't bothered to apply a bandage to heal the last 10 points of damage he's taken.
I approve.
In fact, it's probably already regenerated by now. You get what? 5 HP an hour.
That's the HP damage. There's an actual scar there. There's an actual wound there.
It's more like just burns at this point, but yeah.
Burn marks.
Well, more like just missing bits of fur.
Hey,
There's
you
just
sure you don't want me
there's
to like?
just a spot where you got a little too close to the science.
Are you sure you don't want me to fix that up a little bit?
Yeah, it's fine. I can, if I cared, I could use a bandage.
The
bandage
the door.
regrows. Never mind.
I was gonna say the door guard just kind of nods to you. I like your style. You're making them all see it, aren't you?
Yep.
He reaches down and he hops out of the chair that he's sitting in, squats down, pulls out a couple things, and proceeds to pull out this really dusty little book. He hops back up in the chair, sets it down. He looks over to the two of you with why do I have 20? Jesus fuck! Oh, it's just Cinder. Okay. It's more of just like, why the hell did I go from like 11 to 4? Okay, I'm getting Cinder at. Okay, this makes me feel better. I thought it was like, I don't know. I still remember the one time I woke up to 108 unread messages and I damn near had a panic attack.
Sorry.
Anyways, so he looks over to the two of you and goes, "What are your names? Your real names? I don't know if you've been using an alias or something, but
Medicinal haze.
Hippopotamus. Ah, mythic blade.
He looks over to you. All right, hippopotamus, mythic blade. Etched into the book are the names mythic, or the name I almost said mythic haze. God damn it!
Yes,
the joke is taking
We
off.
need to start a new counter moon.
Fuck you! I have been actively paying attention to my words every time I say either of your names.
Apparently not.
Moon. It's just Eminem, okay?
See, the problem is that every time you say that, there's just this little sound bite in the back of my head that plays, and you're like, yeah, it's Eminem over there. And my brain just goes, Mom spaghetti. And so I can't do that.
Your mom makes Eminem-based spaghetti. What
No,
kind of
no,
Italian blasphemy has been committed?
All right, listen here, you. I have seen a heresy over the past 7 days. I have seen a man who floated a pizza in a pan and steamed. I wanted to find him. He ate it with a fork and knife. Ugh. There was kiwi on another one.
Anyway, moving on.
God damn it. Fucking. Anyways. So. He scribes your names down in the book. He takes a moment and stares at your marks and makes a note of those in the book too. And he looks over to you and just, I like you. I like you kids. You're all right.
And it's not just because of the bits, is it? eyebrow raise.
Yay!
Sorry, hell was just temporarily put in my eyes.
Yay!
Yeah, so he looks over the two of you and just shakes his head. Nah, next time you come to town, all you have to do is look at whoever is on duty. You tell them to look in the small journal for your names. It's something that everyone who is trained to be a watchman knows about. We all know about this book.
All right.
That's nice of you. Thank you.
Yeah. You two shook things up. Things have been a bit more interesting the past weekend. I mean, I still remember one time someone specifically added someone's dog, but didn't add them because of a fight they had gotten into. So, but nah, you two are good to come and go as you need to.
Oh, we appreciate it.
Do you need anything before you go? What are you waiting around for?
Well, Hayes just immediately looks at Mythic and crosses his hooves.
Well, yeah, it's probably nothing, but somebody said they'd come by, possibly.
Mythic here and Pineapple got lovey-dovey there for a little bit.
Snark.
All right, just spill the beans. That's okay.
And now we're seeing if we're giving Pineapple some time to decide if they want to join us or not.
Oh, that. The God damn it! Fuck you, MT.
What did I do this time?
Motherfucker, you were fast.
Yes.
Oh, I just simply took one of my old ones because I save all of the memes because I use the 3D function in Paint 3D. Yes,
That's fair.
I am broke, boy. I cannot afford to get that Photoshop. Plus, also, it's been trusty to me for all these years. Why would I stop?
Nah, you have a system that works. You do your thing. I ain't gonna knock it.
Fair.
It works.
Anyways, he looks over the two of you and just kind of nods a little bit and explains what happened. All right, just hang tight, you two. Do you need food, water, anything before you go? Canteen refills, actual toilet?
A fix everything button would be nice.
I think we're all right.
He proceeds to reach into his pocket and pulls out what can only be described as one's personal container of drugs. This is the closest thing I have to a fix everything button, and the duration is about 4 hours.
Pass.
Hayes
You'll
pulls
probably
out
need it as I will.
some of his dark stout to share.
I'm gonna miss you. And the random shit you keep pulling out of that bag of yours.
I still don't know where he keeps getting it from. I don't know where he keeps coming from. He just reaches in
This is
there.
good stout.
Always.
Where'd you get this? Medicinal?
Well, me and some companions were caught in some kind of weird magic storm. And when we finally came out of shelter the next day, the rain barrel was full of beer.
What you're telling me is that you got beer from the sky.
I mean, given what else that storm deposited.
Sky beer.
I mean, this is the same storm that gave us the bacon wagon.
Yes.
The salmon colored monster.
Trey is the bacon wagon. He after hearing that this beer was essentially spontaneously generated by the sky, he just drinks it with gusto.
Goddess given beer.
You're not really sure if this is a good sign or a bad sign.
But why would it be a bad sign? I mean, it's perfectly good beer. It doesn't have any trace contaminants in it. Yeah, no. We's good.
Whatever deity above, probably Thor, looked at the rain barrel and said, "That's gonna be beer." And so it was.
Jesus got really drunk one time and just walked around through town, and that's wine, and that's wine, that's wine.
I think Pegasus was a bit drunk when making the weather that day.
But he needs this medicine. It's wine now.
I was trying to wash my baby in this water. Wash your baby in the wine. That's good for it. It's Italian.
Well, no, it's like
Walks
it's
up
supposed
to-
to be medicine.
Walks
With
up to a
medicinal
person and taps
purposes now.
their walks up to a person, taps their belly, and this is wine. They go, "That was my stomach acid."
Stop whining. It's wine now.
Jesus. Learns that the human body is made of 78% water. Jesus. Winomancy.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no.
Use winomancy.
That's the point. Why doesn't water bending work on people?
Because
It does.
No, but I mean in terms of beyond just kind of the weird blood bending thing.
That's just it. It requires either extremely strong bending or to be empowered by the full moon.
So anyway,
It's called blood bending because it's spooky.
Takes the
Oh, yeah.
water that you swallowed earlier. Gut punch, gut punch, gut punch.
So about an hour 30, hour 40 passes. He's continuously offered you refreshments, chairs, toilet paper, just standard commodities. Soap has been offered to you at least 10 times.
I could use a notepad and some pencils.
Notepads and pencils are given to you, but you realize that the thing that it is backed on is not made of stubbornite fee.
Yes, the GM has party-proofed this notebook until I figure out how to OP the notebook.
I'm gonna boop you right in the snoot. So yeah, the time goes by, and there appears to be a pony kind of shambling out the gate in what can only be described as one size too large armor.
Slow eyebrow raise.
Things fit mostly. Some
Chinking and jingling. Oh, I got Breastplate, jingle, jangle, jingle.
I think Cinder just had another moment.
But so some straps need to be readjusted, some things need to be moved slightly, but it's clear that this was the armor of someone a little bit more muscular, a little bit taller, someone with a little bit of a larger frame.
So it needs sunrising.
It literally needs a 25 repair check and an hour of time.
Okay, so it just needs a nice check. Got it.
No, Hayes could do what needs to be done, but
Yeah. But with the with the 45 that he was gifted strapped to his front, and what appears to be a shield on one side, and it almost looks like a spear. Pineapple makes his way out in modified. It's some kind of modified armor. You have to roll academics to be sure, but it's definitely some decent armor that's been tweaked a little.
Worry, I got you.
all right.
I don't got you this time.
Wow.
Somehow I just expected to pass that, but yeah.
Hayes will come up. Well, here, let me help you adjust that a little bit. And he's not taking the hour to work on it, but just going to adjust buckles and straps to make it more comfortable to wear for the time being.
You sure you don't fix it in the process?
Oh, that's right. Hayes does have 2 ranks of Raise the Barn.
Jesus Christ, Hayes!
He goes to adjust it, he kind of starts getting into it, and he kind of gets a little carried away.
That there, if we adjust that there, then that will fit there. That'll actually fit a lot better if we just do that.
Just need to buff out this little bit right here. Oh, I can adjust that right there. It'll be a little more. There you go.
Okay.
With my 2 ranks of Raise the Barn, I cut it to 15 minutes.
Oh. So Hayes, here's the important question. The $1 million question.
Okay.
Does he sing a jaunty little tune while he's working?
Of course. He always
5 minutes.
Yeah. He always sings while he's working crafting.
You do.
Now, here's a very important question. Is this pony Pineapple?
Is what?
Is this pony that we are currently messing with Pineapple?
Yes.
Pineapple, because she has the gun, or because they have the gun you gave them.
Yes, Pineapple has the 1911 strapped to the front. And the helmet doesn't sit quite right, but I would assume that is one of the first things Medicinal fixes, and once that's done, you can see his smiling face. He just kind of waves to you a little bit. So I'm sure you're wondering about the armor. Well, I told you my dad was a guard, right?
How much trouble would you be in if you walked back in there?
He he has no need for it anymore, so I figured I'd borrow it.
Borrow it, you say?
Pineapple's gonna
See, what I
pay
just heard was
right in.
Pineapple walked up and went, "So stocks?"
Stonks.
Stonks.
I should mention Mythic saying all of this was just like this big old grin on his face.
But yeah, I grabbed the shield that went with it, and I just took one of. He stops for a minute, and you can tell that he's trying to. It's one of those. I really hoped I'd never have to tell you this because it's really hard to explain, especially given the town we live in. And he once Medicinal finishes readjusting one of the forelegs, he picks it up to proceed to kind of move and gesture with it. It basically looks like, yes, finally, my arm is free. I can now do the somatic casting components for a spell. And with that, it's like, so my dad likes spears a lot. And so are you familiar with a pre-war gadget called an umbrella stand?
Oh,
Umbrella stand.
Hayes, I'm sure Hayes would have seen them at Ten Pony.
Yeah.
He knows what an umbrella stand is.
So my dad found one of those when he was out on patrol, when he was a younger pony, and he actually used to work the roving patrols. Found one inside of a house that a raider. They were using it to hold stray javelin spear, the throwy spear, short. They were using it to hold sharp, stabby things.
Sure.
All right.
Well,
so you kind of borrowed one out of his umbrella stand?
Well, so it's not even just that. He became obsessed with the idea of spear holsters. And so where they normally would have an umbrella rack in the foyer of a home, you come into our house and there's about 3 spears.
Sounds like home sweet home.
That is not to say anything of the spear room, or the other spear room.
Who? Spear rooms?
The man has a problem, or the stallion has a problem.
Sweats nervously.
No, see, I think it's like a thrusting thing. He wasn't the same after that landmine.
More profuse sweating.
I'm surprised we're not an eyebrow twitching moment to point at this.
Obsessed with swords, took 2 landmines to the face.
And Pineapple he is just going on clear as day. Like, this is just like, oh yeah. And so, the other day I took my dog out to go get groomed, and then, oh yeah, back in 45, my dad ate one from a fucking landmine.
So my dad was a perfectly sane guard until he took a landmine to the face.
Hayes would just gently pat him on the shoulder. Yeah, that's enough for the moment, Pineapple.
Sorry.
That's all right. So, let's get moving.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to chat around the way there.
So, now, Pineapple, just to give you a heads up, we're going to be meeting up with some other traveling companions that didn't feel safe entering South Shore with us. You'll understand better when you see them.
Oh, okay.
More
He
nervous
just gives
or
you
worse
nod and
noises.
silently follows along behind you.
We did it. We have adopted an NPC. God, this is fun.
no,
The rest of the party.
Mythic has. Hayes claims no responsibility.
You keep that wee shit to yourself.
Except Hayes was still you still the one that was mostly doing the talking.
Oh Christ,
Getting tested the armor. And kind of let the two get pushed together. Secretly, secretly Hayes really wants this to happen. It has been pushing this from the start.
Adagio, he followed us home. Can we keep him?
It's exactly what it's gonna be like too.
So anyway, Hayes lights up a joint, takes a deep puff. Yeah, okay. And I think we can just fast forward back to rejoining the others at this point.
Unless we get stopped. And now Moon's laughing.
Yes, I'm laughing because it's just medicinal. It's just like, all right, yes. And now I'm high enough to rejoin the rest of the party and deal with the outcome of these poor life choices.
Now, which of the zebra are going to be floating when I get there?
I guess give me a D2. Yeah, fucking Chifundo, yeah.
There you go. Chifundo's going to be glowing. Nayada is going to be floating. I'm going to have to explain that those terrorists that visited the town are the ones that we're journeying with, and oh lord.
No. We only bring that up if they bring it up.
All right, so you know what, Sunrise? Would you be either glowing and or floating?
I mean,
okay. I have to ask a question here.
I don't want to exclude you.
Why would I be doing either of them first, and then I'll tell you which one I'm doing?
Hey, no, I don't want to exclude you. I want to make sure that you know you're included in this dialogue and all that. That's why. So,
I mean, Pink might just go.
No, Sunrise is neither glowing nor floating. She's finalizing her Sandy Claus special rocket.
Oh, I can't believe you've done this.
So Chifundo is glowing as he meditates and communes to spirits. Nyota is floating, doing his martial arts bullshit. And Sunrise is tinkering with a taint rocket.
all right. So, in this order, the trio returning from South Shore is greeted first by the glowing Chifundo. Though I do not know if they would attempt to rouse him out of this. Chifundo, give me a D10, would you?
Seven.
Okay. And you are generating enough light that Pineapple cannot directly look at you and has to look away. And he turns to either of you, and it's just, why is there a lamp that bright at their camp? Is it pink?
That's wonderful.
Meet Chifundo.
Frig?
Yeah, that's Chifundo.
Walks up with partially
Hello, Lamp.
Walks up with partially assembled bazooka rocket. Did you pick up a straggler?
I was gonna say would end up seeing Nyota first and just, is that a floating zebra?
That is indeed a floating zebra.
That's Nyota. And
can I touch it?
You might want to ask his permission first.
Just let me if you want to break
recommend permission. Yes.
Well, seeing as I am now floating, I'm going to roll over so that my head is upside down but facing the new acquisition.
I just kind of assumed you're doing the one hoof Zakora fucking Jedi bullshit.
And looks at Pineapple. It has a name.
The small unicorn gives you a nod. I am sorry, good zebra. I thought you were in one of those shamanic trances that I read about in a book.
No, not at the moment. That's more Chifundo's deal. But I'm Nyota. And you are?
The newcomer adorned in rather spiffy armor. It doesn't match the stuff that you've seen around the area, but it is kind of similar. You can definitely see where it evolved from what he is wearing to what they are wearing. But he lifts up a leg and just, hello, Zebra. My name is Pineapple. It is a pleasure to meet you. What is your name?
I am Nyota. If you want my full name, I can give that, but I think we'll stay on a first name basis for the time being.
I do not feel like I have earned the right to know your full name yet.
He has a full name?
Earned?
No. Just said that out loud as he like looks toward I don't know whoever's closest.
Nyota kind of rolls. Sorry about that. Nyota kind of rolls over, sets his hooves on the ground, and actually looks Pineapple up and down before tilting his head a bit. You know the customs.
So my mom worked in the school system, and it was her job to get rid of literature that was deemed unfit for the students to see. And so my mother, being a rebel.
Right. Your name's Pineapple?
My name is Pineapple.
Okay, let's start with this. There's no such thing as forbidden literature.
Well, there is a lot of forbidden literature.
There we go.
Only where you're from.
And at the start of that little conversation, Nyota's going to step back and go back to packing up his stuff.
Turns to Mythic. Mythic, did you honestly think my name was just Sunrise?
No, not your name, Nyota.
Did you honestly think Chifundo's name is just Chifundo?
Okay, and at the sound of the word sunrise, the unicorn takes a step backwards. Sunrise?
Ah, shit.
That lasted long.
Mythic, where did you...
There we are, folks. He's the devil of South Shore.
Where did you meet this adorably innocent pony exactly?
Oh Lord, I was kind of hoping to, slowly go into this explanation, get it warmed up first. But all right, I guess we're just going in then.
Sunrise puts away the thing she's tinkering with, takes a seat, extends her hoof. Hi, my name is Wandering Sunrise. What's yours?
Ah, and there it is. She said it. She said the line.
Everyone take a drink.
I have to crack my beer real quick. Give me a second.
Why does you have to be all the way across the room? Yep, no, water down.
Sadly, my mug is currently empty.
Pineapple.exe has stopped waking.
Oh, look, the evil ruffian is a polite individual. What the fuck?
Just gonna
And
slowly catch
as
and put it on
as
Pineapple's shoulder reassuringly, and Hetty / Chifundo can do his thing.
and sort of as all the commotion sort of gets going, Chifundo is kind of roused from his meditation. So, what's everybody? Oh, hi, new pony.
Oh, the lamp can talk? Oh, this is fascinating.
Wait, lamp?
He
What?
turns his focus back to Sunrise as he was completely caught off guard by all of the movement. I'm sorry. My name is Pineapple Malibu Express, but please just call me Pineapple.
You have more name than just Pineapple?
Well, yeah, my parents took a slight hybridization of theirs and they worked something together. They weren't so big with the way the naming and the nomenclature was done, but this whole heir of and sire of and whatnot, they just wanted me to be Pineapple.
That's a nice name.
Mythic.
Okay,
Even
well, good to
I'm
know.
aware that ponies typically take two names.
Okay, so for a start, Chifundo's a Zoni. Please don't call him a lamp.
But he's so bright.
Yes.
I can't actually look at him. How are you able to look at him?
Looks at Chifundo.
I'm literally this small horse is not looking directly at Chifundo.
I mean, Chifundo's basically stopped glowing now.
Okay.
Can I interrupt a second to say that Pineapple Malibu sounds like an interesting drink?
I'm pretty sure it is a cocktail.
Pineapple Malibu Express.
Yeah, it's a twist on the Pineapple Express.
Yep. Anyway, Hayes kind of looks directly at Mythic and goes, "Do you want to explain, or should I?"
Well, I can sure try. Where do I begin?
Well, the beginning is usually a good start.
Hayes sighs. The two of them started making googly eyes at each other, went to a bar where they barkeep, let's just say, thought they would be good for each other, and one thing led to another.
Drugged.
Oh, love poison perchance?
Minute amount.
Was that what they hit us with?
Okay.
Oh, he turns back. Oh yeah, it's a thing that you can just request in the bars.
So now we've established in South Shore it's legal to roofie somebody you're on a date with.
The fuck it cocktail.
Also known as a roofie colada. Giggity giggity goo.
A cocktail to make in the future.
Okay, let's start with this. Pineapple. Most ponies, griffins, dragons, etc. in the wasteland would be very angry at you in the morning if you did that to them.
Oh. His ears fold back and he kind of scrunches up again.
However, if Mythic's okay with it, looks at Mythic, makes gestures.
Listen, my mind is still catching up with the fact that Nyota has another name other than Nyota.
Right. If Mythic's okay with it, then that's fine, whatever, but just, don't do that to anybody else. Unless they ask you to.
Okay, well, first of all, he wasn't the one that poisoned us. It was his buddies, and neither of us knew. And if ever you try to do that to me, at least warn me first. I mean, I'm probably be okay with it, but I'd like to at least brace myself first.
Rings true in many of these cases.
But anyways,
Pineapple just kind of. I am incapable of letting out the sheepish meep noise that is made, but a sheepish meep noise is made, and there's just a small series of emphatic nodding. Yeah, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean. They made sure that it was a small enough amount that we'd still be conscious.
No, you're fine. I'm just letting you know that if you do it to someone else that you might have just met, they're going to be very upset at you when it wears off.
I don't even know what it was exactly. I just know what it is on the menu.
Anyway. So, hi. Nice to meet you, I guess. You did explain to him that where we're going is very dangerous, right?
You're a lot less scary than the posters make out.
Yeah, we explained.
Where did you guys pick this one up from?
I assume South Shore, since that's where they've been.
Oh boy.
Everything the posters have told you are blatant lies for propaganda purposes.
I don't know. I could argue that point, considering the story that he just told me and knowing y'all long enough.
So he raises a hoof and just waits for the two of you to stop talking.
Mythic, given that you weren't there at the time, may I suggest leaving this to those that were?
Yes, Pineapple.
So you said your name is Wandering Sunrise, yes?
Yes.
Do you then... So it said that you go by the aliases or have gone by the aliases Green Monster and Angel with a Shotgun. Are these incorrect, or...?
I go by the latter. The former I have never gone by to my recollection at the moment.
Ah, a name that was given, not... Right.
Any other questions?
The poster said there was a tank.
The tank was given to a dragon in order to trigger the magical effect known as Greedy Guts in order to cause the dragon to blow up to the size of a air battleship for the purposes of rescuing me from said battleship.
Alright, first off, eyes are the sizes of dinner plates. Mouth is just unhinged. And after he compiles himself back together, that was a very good trade.
So, to dial things back and talk about things in less inflammatory language,
while this is
we encountered a pony by the name of Soot who had a tank that we were interested in.
Wait, you encountered the exile?
Can I interrupt a moment?
Yes.
At this point, Hayes passes Pineapple a blunt.
Hold on. I have to roll in... Wait. No. Okay. He has seen you smoke it. He's not going to try and eat it.
Well, presumably he's not going to eat the burning steak.
Offers a light.
Anyway,
So, yes, we encountered Soot, and between her groups and ours, we got the tank working. The deal was struck that we could keep the tank if we helped Soot reclaim what she termed as her legacy. We drove to South Shore. We Sunrise got out of the tank and offered to speak to the town under the terms of parley, and the town chose to seize her, imprison her, and hand her over to the Enclave. That was when the plan was formed for us to deal with said battleship, involving giving the tank to the Dragon and calling in virtually every favor we had in order to get our companion back. So, as always with these things, there are grains of truth, but those grains have been smashed and warped to fit the story that others wish to tell.
Anyway, yeah, I provided most of the parts and pre-war knowledge, and Soot provided the machine shop and her own interpretation of how to reconstruct a tank, and everything else Chifundo said is completely accurate. I was kindly informed that in South Shore, Earth ponies don't get the right of parley, even, and it is not respected to them, while they were trying to arrest me.
There is a series of blinks, and then you just see a soft little form on Pineapple's mouth, but there is no sound. And just right, you spoke to her.
And she turned me over to the Enclave for the bounty, and...
That makes so much sense. Would you forgive me, Rude, if I sat down for a moment? I just need to process a little.
I would take all of the time you need. I am in no hurry today, especially with the newcomer.
I just need to rest on my hooves, Miss Sunrise.
There's a bedroll we haven't picked up over there if you want to take it. She points at her own sleeping bag.
He trots over and just lays down. If anyone walks in front and takes a look at the stallion, eyes are just unfocused and staring out in the distance.
She looks
Wait,
at...
you mean the sleeping bag that Sunrise gave up at the marriage?
No, it's the sleeping bag that her and Iota now share, that we haven't bothered to clean up yet.
Wow!
Alright, so as the poor naive stallion walks over and sits down on a pile of sex, and just stares out unfocused into the wasteland.
Wow.
Sunrise walks over to the fire, pours a cup of coffee, comes back, hands it to Mythic, pours a second cup, hands a second cup to him, and says, "I'm sorry I broke your boyfriend. You might want to take this to him. It'll help fix him."
You know, we'll turn to Sunrise, and I thought I had a fun time choosing partners.
Hayes just silently reaches into his bag, pulls out 100 flares, and hands them to Sunrise.
I was thinking like 10! You have any idea what I can make with this?
Huh? Some really good fire starters.
Things are extremely bright.
No.
You could single-hoofedly reinvent the sailing industry?
I could single-hoofedly reinvent the demolition industry.
He then reaches into the bag and pulls out Nyota's gems, which you never gave me the breakdown of.
Shush.
Oh yeah, we're carrying the brewing kit.
That's still in a wooden crate, by the way.
No, he took it out of the crate and he started that night he started a batch.
At the moment, I'm just getting a kind of Death Stranding
What-
vibe from Medeiros with all the stuff that's just strapped to him.
Medicinal. What I'm saying is that the crate is large enough to rest the thing in.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, no, you got a crate, not the shipping package. A crate.
Oh, okay. So it's like a storage box type.
It is not. You have to build very compact with it. There isn't a whole lot of verticality, but yes, the thing is actively protected by the crate because you picked it up from the warehouse.
Oh, cool. Nice. So yeah, after distributing, and he goes over to the campfire, grabs a pot, and are how long are we sticking around? Or are we moving on?
I think long enough for Mythic's new friend, for their brain to reset, I think is the word.
Okay, so maybe don't have time to do a batch of healing potions
We can set up healing potions tonight unless you're running really low right now.
then. I'm all right. I still have how many? I still have 6 healing potions and like 14 super rejuvenation.
Yeah.
You should have seen him drink those.
So,
Keep in mind, Hayes is still looking very singed at this point.
Say, medicinal, you look like you're missing some patches of fur.
Oh, yeah. Things got a bit heated.
A bit heated.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Medicinal, are you okay? They got you pretty good.
Yeah.
Did the armor hold up?
I think my blade of plating needs to be replaced.
Ah, crap. Alright, well, I'll add that to the list of things I need when we can get a workbench.
I did stock up on scrap electronics while I was there.
Looks at the 100 high-intensity flares. Wonder how many anti-tank warheads I can make with these.
Spends a few minutes trying to convince Mythic's new lover that we're not raiders. Sunrise goes to, I wonder how many anti-tank rounds I can make with this.
He just kind of looks over. He just looks over to Mythic. Are they raiders, but just really, really smart raiders?
Mythic just lets out the lightest, most exasperated sigh. He sits down beside Pineapple and kind of floats him one of the cups of coffee. I don't know.
Is
I
Raider just like a state of being? Is it? Do you have to dress that way? Is it like I don't want to eat pony? I've heard they do that.
Oh, trust me, we don't eat ponies yet. That is a big no-no here. We're not raiders.
Okay, good.
We're
Adventurers. Adventurers who find challenging situations.
At the mention of raiders, Sunrise walks over and takes a seat and brings herself down to Pineapple's level.
Up to Pineapple's level.
If he's sitting down,
because he's laying down.
Yeah, he is sitting down.
Look, the Wasteland is not a very forgiving place and an incredibly dangerous one. Anti-tank warheads are just kind of a nice tool to have in case you run into, say, a hellhound or a giant rad scorpion.
Oh, I remember Steve.
I swear his name wasn't Steve. I know it said Steven Satz, but I swear that wasn't his name.
There are
Anyway.
named scorpions.
Its name's Steve.
The wasteland is a fascinating place.
But no, there are creatures which can swallow a pony whole, and an anti-tank warhead literally got Sunrise out of one of those situations. So, yeah, you try and be as prepared as possible, and while we don't go looking for trouble, the kind of things we're looking for tends to lead to trouble. So being prepared is useful, essential even.
Doesn't that all get kind of heavy?
Looks between Sunrise and Medicinal and then shrugs.
I still have no idea where any of them keep pulling all these things out of.
Oh, yeah, about that. Sunrise then starts to undo every single pocket she has. By the way, every piece of armor and her backpack has a pocketing upgrade.
So what you're telling me is that if she spends 3 hours completely taking off of her armor, not only does she lose about 70 or 80-ish pounds of sheer weight, and that's without things in them. In addition to all of that, she slims down around the waist by about 7 or 8 inches.
So, according to my total calculation, extra pockets and the backpack add a grand total of 105 pounds of carry capacity. So most of my equipment probably comes off if I take my armor off, in addition to just not being available.
Yeah, so like I said, you just slim down by about 7 or 8 inches.
So in other words, when she's fully kitted out, she's actually about regular pony sized.
Yep.
There you go, folks. The Panzermock Sunrise.
Anyway, look, I'm not going to tell you to not come with us. You obviously have made up your mind and want to be here. What I am going to tell you is that you're going to have a very open mind, and you're going to have to assume anything that you might have learned about the outside world might not be true. And that's a lot to take in and a lot to deal with. Trust me, I woke up from a stable in a pool with 6 strangers, and 3 of them are still here. And I'm now married to one of them. But that's a very long story and not something I want to drop on you right now. The point is, I know what it's like for you to be just as confused, upset, and flustered as you are right now. So whatever questions you have, whatever doubts you have, I have absolutely no problem entertaining them. And I'm probably one of the only ones in the party who will sit here and entertain all of them.
Do folks think that he's ready for aliens?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Or at least understand all of the problems. I mean,
Sunrise isn't ready for aliens.
I've met aliens and done intergalactic diplomacy with hugs, and I'm still not ready for aliens.
Mythic will kind of turn to Pineapple with a sheepish little grin. I was planning on explaining some of this to you, slowly. Sorry, I didn't prepare you better.
Certain bits of this, it's better to just get the shock treatment.
Well, after what happened with Martini, I'm not necessarily sure the shock treatment's always the best way, but we learned a lot with helping Martini.
Sometimes, though, ripping the Band-Aid off quickly makes the pain more manageable in the long run.
Wait, who's Martini?
I don't know. They keep mentioning this martini, and I've given up. Here, just have some more. Here, have another blunt.
He
Okay.
traveled with us.
And Pineapple just continues to smoke like a champ.
He was a Pegasus, or he is a Pegasus who traveled with us for a while, but there were problems and he had to go his own way.
That's a very delicate way of putting it, Jafundo, and I appreciate it.
Wonder what he's doing now.
Not.
Meanwhile, elsewhere.
Boom, science, infrastructure, building, elevation, cities, towns, fixing buttered toast.
Loud screaming.
Hooking buttered toast and mountain up!
CSI Miami theme intensifier.
Wait, no. Buttered toast is female. Fixing or spaying?
No. Wrong kind of fixing.
Buttered toast and mountain having alien hybrid children!
Not until buttered toast is like several years older.
My head hurts.
Buttered Mountain.
Buttered Mountain. Oh, God.
I mean, the ship name is either Buttered Mountain or Mountain Toast.
Ravioli. Do not lose the SUV sized lolly.
That is also true.
Anyway.
Will their name be, I don't know, Hill of Butter?
So, unless we want to ODST drop Arcane.
Oh my
fucking god. Yeah, let's do a time skip to when we can move on.
As that all, Sunrise, the lot of you were talking. Pineapple looks up. You said you were looking for a workbench?
A what?
A workbench. You specifically mentioned a workbench. That you were looking for a workbench.
Yeah, I could use one. I mean, I need a blowtorch and a few other things.
Oh, yeah, there's, I mean, it's a couple days away, but there's, a small city. It's one of the ones that, so South Shore wasn't exactly an island. We did get some supplies brought in from the outside, but it was very much one of those hush-hush, try not to tell people until they're old enough to know and understand and blah, blah, blah type things. So, but there's a settlement a couple days walk away where we could probably, it's a little bit further up to the north, but it's where I'm sure you'd be able to, locate a workbench. It's a relatively peaceful town too. It's a little bit farther up to the cold, but well, I haven't ever actually seen snow, so that's not much of a problem for me.
I mean, north is our general course at the moment.
All right. He kind of stands up, a little bit of a glimmer in his eye. All right, so are we gonna head off then, or?
First, can you mark this on my map? Holds out his pip pad.
Oh wow, you have full tech, or you have stable tech?
Yeah, I picked it up.
Oh wow, yeah, I'm actually pretty familiar with this model. Hold on. Bloop, 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 bloop. The location has been added to the map.
She looks at her pit buck, knocks it a few times. Yeah, still works.
Would you like me to add?
I look over at medicinal. Mind sharing that with me?
Sure.
Now, however, at the sight of seeing a zebra with stable tech, I have to roll a d100 and see what the response is going to be.
Oh, I love that.
Did we just break him again?
This poor pony. Nothing we could have said could have prepared him for this.
Okay, not as terrible as I was hoping. Awesome. I don't have to go out of my way. But yes, Nyota, as you move and you show off the pit buck that you have working on your own leg, the little the quiet little garden wannabe explorer just kind of exclaims, "Oh my!" By the princesses! I didn't know those things worked with zebra.
It zapped me once, I punched it, and it started working.
That's one of the most zebra things I've ever heard.
Raises eyebrow. Doesn't say or do anything to draw attention, just raises eyebrow.
Sunrise raises her eyebrow.
I tilt my head at Pineapple. Come again.
Hey, the thing, it was disobeying you, so you punched it and then it worked. This is good job. I am amazed that you were able to wield the technology so fantastically. I am in awe of your skills, good sir. Nod.
Pineapple, have you never heard of Stallion Gradient Percussive Maintenance?
Stallion Pucka what now?
Oh. So, I'm from Stalliongrad, and there, when something doesn't work and it should work, you
Wait, how
beat
are you
it
from
senseless with a...
Stalliongrad doesn't exist anymore.
And here we go. And Nyota.
Chifundo's just going to pipe up. That's one rabbit hole you're not ready for yet.
I agree, but the percussive maintenance part is very simple. When something doesn't work, and it should, and it's mechanical, you take a large metal object and beat the ever-loving hell out of it until it does.
Earth pony magic. You gotta love it.
Meanwhile,
I think that's more of an Earth pony thing.
Yeah, meanwhile, I take a look at my pet buck, I note where it is, and I'm like, yeah, so it's going to be a little bit of walking, so hope y'all are ready for this. Should I take point?
He stops and just is idly, while all of you are talking about this, he's just kind of idly musing. I guess that's why the dirt horses always beat their tools when they get close to breaking. That makes perfect sense now.
No, we've been sat here for 3 days. I am looking forward to a good walk.
I am looking forward to a great walk. She turns back to Pineapple in the same breath. Don't call anyone a dirt horse. It's actually kind of rude.
There's a pause, and then another beat. Okay, so I can't use dirt horse. I'm assuming that mud pony doesn't fly either.
Snickers.
Earth pony, Pegasus, Griffin, Dragon. If we meet something else, I'll give you. We can figure out a name.
He then, as you're listing those off, there is mud pony, sky turkey, Let's see. It was
Griffin.
Griffin. Thank you. Mud Pony, Sky Turkey,
Chicken.
Noble Warriors, dragons.
Wait, why did dragons get their proper name?
Because a dragon in every other language is still a fucking dragon.
I'm pretty sure we call Pegasi sky turkeys here too. We seem to call Martini that a lot.
Oh no, Griffins get to be called chickens.
Only if you want your eyes clawing out.
Cat chickens.
Chicken cat. And more often than not, angry chickens.
Catbirds.
We only refer to him as a sky turkey as an insult, and he knows it.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is that the hierarchy out here goes unicorn and earth pony are even, and then Pegasi are below. Okay, that's important. Got it.
There's no hierarchy.
Yeah,
The fucking jazz music stops. Hold on, I need to make a willpower save.
I'm sorry, if he's needing to make a willpower save on that one, he's definitely not ready for the box.
Uh-oh. I just heard his brain go screech.
Okay, I think we probably need to stop blowing his mind for the day.
No, they're gonna give him the mark.
No shit, he just turned it.
Mind blown.
There goes the sanity points.
Sound of glass breaking.
Does he even have 3 points left?
He has at least 3 points left. I need to do the quick math off the top of my head, but that does in fact not. It isn't 33%. It's close, but it isn't 33%.
Oh,
but
if this pony gets down to a sanity where he gets spiritually awakened and all that good stuff before I do, I'm gonna scream.
So
objectives updated.
So Mythic, have you ever seen what happens if you're holding a powerful enough magnet in your hand and you let it go when it's close enough to metal? And it just kind of zooms.
Ah, yes.
There is a slight shaking from Pineapple for a second before he just kind of flash tackles and is now just clung to the side of you. You quietly hear him mutter, "You are the only thing in this world that makes sense. Please don't go away."
Talk about your crash courses, folks.
What's besides Sunrise? This one is
why we're
definitely
now
not ready for the boxes.
Yeah, I noticed.
And meanwhile, from the empty space next to Sunrise, wow, you handled the news better than he did.
I know, right? Alright, let's get moving. Ghost, who's always here, starts following the trail Nyota's leaving, even though no one can see his ass.
Yep.
Leave it to Sunrise. Be able to see his ass. All right, let's go.
Hey, Moon, mind marking our objective on the map?
Or moving it off of the GM layer onto the map layer.
Yes, I will do that. I just needed to make sure that hearing an incorporeal voice and then following disembodied footsteps just had to just been another tick. Okay.
Igva's going to give him a very reassuring pat on the head. He'll get up and help the others finish packing up and leave. And he's definitely not going to be pushing him away anytime soon. He's just going to kind of let let it go, whatever he needs to cope with the thing that just happened.
All right,
The war
I
erupted.
will be I'll be moving it on the map in just a moment.
Okay.
But it will take about 3 days walk. I'm assuming, are a lot of you going to stop and camp for the night or just walk through?
I mean, if it's 3 days, then yeah, we're going to have to, especially with having a newbie to this whole adventuring thing, then yeah, we're going to need to stop and break.
He actually doesn't get tired that easily.
Are you telling me that this kid is probably going to outpace the rest of us?
No, I'm just saying he has all night long.
I see.
He works in a hotel.
He works night shift at a hotel
He
and a
works
bar.
in
Yeah.
a hotel, and hotel is in quotation marks.
Oof, bitchy.
Wow.
And so it takes a couple of days. The party makes it on overland travel. It's relatively scenic in the area. The place that is marked. We'll go with this. This is a nice discernible color.
As we're walking, Chifundo will suggest to Sunrise that it might be worth asking around the town just sort of get the lay of the land, seeing as we're getting close to the second stable. Don't want to be walking into any more Gexillas if we can avoid it.
All right, the location is marked on the map.
I honestly could not tell you, Chifundo. I know it's somewhere along the railroad tracks in Galloping Gorge.
No, that's what I was saying. Ask the locals at the town we're going to get the lay of the land.
Oh.
I've been told the bar is always a good place to start. Says the innkeeper / tavern employee.
I don't know. That's been my experience so far.
Listens to the statement, looks at the two of them, puts 2 and 2 together. Okay.
Bias 1, meet bias 2.
Chaotic. If you go 24 hours without any sanity checks, you generally regain between about 1 and 3, depending on exactly your stats, sanity points per day.
Or if there's anything else that's going on to help increase sanity point regen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So that 3 points he lost, unless we go out of our way to try and trip him up again, he'll get back before we know it.
Anyway. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to ask around and make sure that we're not about to walk into something terrible.
Or at least know where any local minefields are.
And it will give Hayes a chance to make potions and me a chance to make and test out this new rocket.
All right. So I'm going to have to write a description for myself because I'm going to end up re-describing this at the beginning of the next session as well. But as a lot of you make your way into this town, it appears to have started out as a train platform that was grown, expanded, and built into a proper settlement. There are minor bits of industry and a little bit of agriculture here or there, but off in the distance you would, towards the edge of town, you actually see signs that just point in the direction of a scout camp. But there appears to be a large swath of forest growing up to the east of the town. Some of it's been logged, some of it seems to go down the mining pathways, or not the mining pathways, God, the railroad pathways. But as you pull in, it's actually a decently hustling and bustling town. Someone roll me D24. Fantastic. All right, so it is 4:00 in the afternoon. All right. Nope, I'm just gonna go with the one I see first. Though for Hayes it feels like 2 in the morning because Manza just never sleeps. So the party makes their way in late afternoon, but the town's still in a decent hustle and bustle. Things are fairly lively. To Hayes and Mythic and Pineapple as well, it's not as lively as it was in South Shore, but for your average wasteland town, it's incredibly bustling. However, that's not the thing that stands out the most in this city. This city that has clearly just been redesigned from angled pieces of rebar, train cars that were floated and welded into place, and other ad hoc shelters to afford accommodations from the outside. No, what's probably the most off-putting is the fairly well-maintained style passenger wagon that not pulling up, sorry, that has just finished turning off its engines. It was idling for a moment, but just turned off its engines. And out from the vehicle appears to step a series of ponies. One who's a little bit older and wearing a decently well-worn suit. Another, a mare with a shotgun slung across her back, wearing what can only be described as just a sundress. There are another 2 in the dark who they would appear to be raiders, but it's very clear that they are a set of bounty hunters. One is a unicorn that looks like they have single-hoofedly eaten an entire tube round from a 20 gauge. Their face is scarred with pellet scores and various abrasions, but there appears to be a well-maintained auto shotgun on his back, as well as just a couple, pouches here, pouches there. The other one is just a griffin wearing a cloak. And lastly, steps out a relatively bright-eyed detective. Blue coat, green mane, eyes full of wonder, and a brain full of lore.
Cue roundabout.
This place looks like trouble. We should leave.
I must admit, given the type of characters that have apparently stepped forward, yeah, this is.
You know, at least this time they're not trying the ambush thing where they think that a high caliber round to my helmet is going to knock me down.
And then they all point anti-material rifles at you.
Anyway, how about I try talking to them before we just, assume that they're terrible ponies?
Wait, do I recognize any of these?
Oh shit! Hang on, I've mooned that. Hang on. I need to go through my perks. 1 minute.
Yeah, Moon, if you're trying to talk, I can't hear you, and
No, I was waiting while the two of you were frantically looking through your notes.
no, I legitimately was just asking, do any of these people look familiar to me?
Give me 2 luck checks, would you?
Failed the first, passed the second.
Okay. All right. As the group makes their way out of the vehicle, some of them definitely have a familiar air about them. As well, you can tell that that a vehicle like this is only going to come from one of a hoofful of major cities that are still, in some way, shape, or form, alive. Given the fact that even though this one was freshly taken, the fact that it still is sporting a myriad of bullet wounds and kind of smells of smog, the courier in you is inclined to believe that this might be something from the trot. But what sells it is the griffin. Now you're definitely you've seen your fair share of rough individuals, and the unicorn, while definitely a fairly formidable one, is just a unicorn in well-made body armor. You remember tales about this cloaked griffin who was said to move as if imbued with the very night itself. It's been a very long, long time. But back then, you used to know this griffin as Scythe. However, the rest of them, nothing rings a bell.
You know what? Moon, question.
Uh-huh.
Does Scythe have a secret handshake?
Absolutely.
Also, Moon, I just DM'd you what I'd remembered about.
I'm gonna step up to the griffin and I'm going to replicate the handshake.
Why do I get the feeling you know them?
It definitely throws off the tall, menacing griffin for a moment, but as you go through the motions, the cloak is spread apart, and underneath it you can see the griffin's folded wings. But as well, you can see the pair of folding blades on his side. The griffin continues going through the motions with you, and finally stops. There's a claw bump and a hoof bump, and he chuckles slightly. I have not seen or heard anyone who is familiar with Shake. Man, where do you come from? Wait, hold on.
And I grin and just kind of wave towards the horizon in general. Wherever the winds take me, friend.
Come on, it's been near 50 years. You ain't aged a day. You're right, though. What's going on with that?
Us always been like that. Just used to wear an eye patch.
Oh, by the winds and rains, your zebras and your magic. You still look the same as you did then?
Long story about that. You gonna be in town long?
He looks over to the unicorn. I mean, it's not like the Dawn told us we had to be back anytime. It's fine. I don't care. It's not like that cheapskate pays us hourly. That's fine. We can stay a few days. Speed, do you care if we... No, you're not going to sleep in the wagon. I'm going to get a nice room, and we're all going to sleep in beds, because this is... Oh, the good madam. Hello.
Moon, have you taken a look at your DMs?
I have, yes.
To be incredibly rude, but I assume Nyota knows you, but the rest of us don't, and Hayes and Pineapple over there are a little edgy, if you get what I mean. So
right.
Maybe some introductions to kind of break the ice a little bit.
So I know Scythe from a few deliveries that I ran out to Detroit a long time ago. And the details for that I was going to share with him over the course of a long night of drinking, if that's cool.
Yeah, man, it's good with me.
And so, Scythe, sunrise.
He
Scythe.
stops you. Man, it's Glaive now.
When did that happen?
He proceeds to pull out what is just a quick draw scythe, or what is a quick draw, it's a folded scythe. The name, it didn't fit anymore. But, also I got this modification done. He presses a button on the back of it, and the entire scythe blade folds forward. He is now holding a completely foldable and deployable hand axe.
Oh shit. A couple of my friends are gonna love that. You wouldn't mind letting them take a look at it.
Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, man. Yeah, of course.
Okay. But anyway, this is sunrise.
I would have never have thought to install a motor into the bow staff hilt.
Nah, Missy, it's not a motor. It's just a simple tension spring. He takes it over, and there's a couple of buttons, but it's a very simple tension spring and some tightly coiled spring steel.
Wouldn't that wear out without some hydraulic fluid behind it?
Not if I had an earth pony make it for me.
Oh, that's a good point.
You gotta upgrade your strengths. I'm good at cutting things. I ain't good at building things.
So, who's the rest of the... She looks at them. I want to say gang, but at the same time, I think gang would be ill-fitting considering how menacing they actually look.
I don't know. Only one I know is Glaive here, and back when I knew him, he worked solo.
I've been working for the Dawn, one of them. The other unicorn pipes up. We are two of Don Leg's enforcers out in Detroit. Our job here was to escort these trio of civilians out to this area, and I didn't ask any further questions than that because I didn't get paid to ask them. Name's Buckshot.
Well, I'm Sunrise, and that's Mythic, and the pony clinging to him for dear life is Pineapple, and the one who has bloodshot eyes.
He holds up a hoof. Ma'am, listen, nothing personal, but if I know your names, I might start to care, and if I start to care, I won't be as good at killing the things that might come to threaten you.
I think I'd rather have you care a little bit.
The soft looking mare in a sundress just kind of walks over, or just kind of moves over and swats him. Lucky, be nice. She's trying to be polite. We worked on this in the car. Fine. So your name is Sunset, and that's Cheerios, and
Sunrise like the soda, and that's Mythic. Pineapple. Medicinal's the one who looks high as a kite, and Chifundo is the Zoni shaman.
Hi.
right. I'm gonna go make a call. I'm not getting paid enough to deal with this fucking freak squad. Goddamn fucking.
So, catch you at the bar. I'm gonna go get some rooms set up at the inn. Yeah, we've got some stories to tell, and you're never gonna believe the one that happened. Like,
Yeah, man, don't mind him. He doesn't do well with confined spaces.
or people for that matter, from the looks of things.
He's very good at shooting. He likes guns.
I mean, that's like saying I'm good at punching.
That gets a belly laugh from the Griffin.
Anywho,
Yeah, I still... Did we ever find the head of that cleaner?
I'm guessing at the angle and the velocity that it's probably still in orbit.
I was gonna say, Chifundo, as you get a little bit closer, as you take a slightly more proper look at Glaive as he's hanging around Nyota a bit, there's something weird about his cloak.
Can I look at it spiritually?
No.
Mythic, Haze, Pineapple, come on, don't be rude.
Yes, okay, I'm sorry. Hello, yes, my name is Pineapple Malibu Express. Hello, yeah, hi. And he just buries his head back in Mythic's mane.
Mythic just kind of walks forward, kind of gives everyone a wave. Hey, guys. I hope you weren't interrupting anything.
I'm gonna find a place to lay down. Hezda then just trots into the city.
And there he goes.
Well, mostly because I'm tired and about to fall asleep at my keyboard, so.
Hugs.
So
Hey,
Right, take
hey.
care of yourself.
Yes.
You want to come with me to help get the room set up for everybody?
Sure.
See you at the bar, Glaive.
See you, man.
I'll be there in a minute. So,
all right, love.
Who's, she motions to the other three that haven't been in, the other two that haven't been introduced. So, I don't mean to be rude, but who's, I'm gonna call you Smacky right now, and, Blue Boy.
The mayor chuckles. My name is Orange. Hello.
Sunrise looks at her, notices she isn't orange.
Right. You never gave me a full appearance on Orange, actually.
Literally every noir dame ever.
but orange.
Blue Boy is a bit of a new one, though. I've had blueberry, but
So, hi there. What's your name?
name's Arcane. Arcane Gears.
That's a rather interesting name.
Chifundo, Wasteland Shaman.
Arcane would offer his hoof to Chifundo and shake it. Pleasure to meet you, Chifundo.
I'll shake it in return.
So why are you standing in the middle of the road cutting us off exactly? Just trying to put all the gears in place and all crank all the nuts and bolts.
The other pony looks to Arcane. Yeah, why are you just standing out in the middle of the road? You're gonna get hit or something. Jeez, man.
Cars don't drive through here. Which brings another question. Who made that car work?
The conductor of the wagon just gives you a tip of his hat. It's an auto carriage, miss.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. Sorry, man, I want to double check. Is this just an auto carriage, or is this one the trotter?
This is not the trotter. The trotter was left in the trot.
Okay, I wanted to check and make sure.
No, this is just an auto carriage.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I did. It is an auto carriage. It's one of the ones that if you just apply a little bit of magic to the inside of it, it'll drive itself. It's a lovely, beautiful thing.
Chifundo hears that, looks at it, and goes, I should probably stay away from that.
Sunrise nods. Yep. No telling how many times I had to fix the gunnery sight.
Well, it ain't too bad if you know how to do it right.
You misunderstand. Spirit shaman and high-tech machine don't get along.
Can I make a knowledge check?
Yes.
Thank you, because I have knowledge that counters that.
The other unicorn just kind of takes a step back as you mentioned spirit shaman and high tech. I don't want to be anywhere near you and technology then. Nothing personal, pal.
Knowledge shamanism.
After the last time we tried to rush anywhere in a pony magic vehicle, I pressed the button I shouldn't have done. So I'm going to stay well away from that.
You pressed a button you shouldn't have, ejected us from said vehicle via an ejector seat, and ended up with us stuck behind enemy lines for, a little bit. It's all fine. There are worse things. So, why are you blocking the road now?
Hang on, DMing Moon.
The unicorn just kind of gives you a little tip of his hat again. Sorry about that. Are we in your way, or just curious why we parked here? Because if you're curious as to why we parked here, well, aren't really designated places.
Nothing is keeping us from walking around.
That's true. That's true.
So let's go find somewhere where we can perhaps sit comfortably and talk.
Eddie, how sleepy are you?
I'm not.
Because I could have
I'm just we're on about. It's just that we're on about we're in the way of this carriage. So Chifundo is suggesting that we go sit somewhere more comfortably to talk.
Okay.
I got my answer.
Just making sure that's not what I heard you say.
That is literally what I just said. let's go and find somewhere where we can sit down comfortably and talk.
Sounds like a conveniently placed inn would be a great place to sit down and get some food and have this meaningful exposition.
Oh, there have been a couple conveniently placed inns and bars that are all within line of sight from this exact location in town. Conveniently placed out for. I'm literally about to start doing a fucking Wheel of Fortune intro. God. Yes,
All right.
there are a handful of places for the weary adventurer to come and rest their hooves.
And what's behind door number 1? Tell him what he's won, Johnny.
A new car. I'm sorry.
I call bullshit. There's not been a new car for over for nearly 200 years.
A new to you car.
Please.
Arrow and Night Trotter. Well, okay, it's not new, but you think it's been newer than new. Also, I got the answer from Moon. Arcane would look back to Chifundo. You ever meet any sort of spirit of machines?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said there.
I'm kind of with Chifundo. How about we just, if we're going to talk, how about we go somewhere where we can get food? We've been walking all day.
That's fair.
I would, and the unicorn's cut off by a stomach rumbling. I would second the notion of food.
I mean, Nyota's a great cook and all, but he does need a break.
So Chifundo will gesture in the direction that Nyota walked and suggest we find where Nyota was going to set us up for the night and see if they serve food.
Nyota would be sitting outside the inn, indulging a little bit in a bottle of water and a conveniently well-rolled joint.
I know Mythic will probably be pulling Pineapple along to get him sit down, possibly with a drink, maybe calm down a little bit, and then strike up a nice chatter with these new ponies, griffins, creatures. Creatures, yes.
So Chifundo will sort of sit down, and once everybody's had a chance to order whatever they're wanting to order, we'll sort of turn back towards Arcane. So you were saying something about spirits of machines?
Yeah. Kind of. Okay, I gotta think this out. This is the fun part. Well, if you work often enough and you keep an ear out, sometimes you can hear them. I mean, I'm no shaman.
I tend more towards spirits of life than other spirits, but I mean, I've conversed with spirits of machines before.
Starts chaperoning Chifundo towards the inn where we can eat.
That's what I think.
I've already towards the end.
Yeah, we were already there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pinkie Pie takes the end of the session and conveniently carries the last scene card that was on the end of the storyboard, takes the rest of them that were in a thing, stacks them all together, and ends the session here.
Sounds good.
Their GM powers. I physically drag you into this game, MT.
Hey, you waited until it was nearly 1 in the morning, okay?
I am sorry.
And I speedran becoming a background pony. It's totally fine.
It's fine. We're gonna finish that later. Now that you actually exist.
I mean, clearly cute.
On camera.
Exposition dump. Oh.
Tune in next week, folks, when we get to hear the full exposition of the Blue Pony.
Yes. 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 Yes.
And
Yes,
it's
yes,
like
yes, yes, yes,
it's like when they introduced the Hulk in the tail end of one comic, but he's actually introduced in the other one.
Because they're dicks. I'm gonna get hit so hard. Sketchy, Lanzavi, Adagio. It's actually everybody. Thank you guys for the tips. Hetty. Dear God, Hetty, why did you go on a bit spree?
Because I did.
Sketchy and Carl and Final Sight. Thank you guys for bits tonight. Dirty Cassidy, Rainbow Dash Colby. Just getting warmed up. And Ash Does Art. Welcome to the Army of Fiora.
Bless you.
Carl,
Bless you.
5 gift subs. Thank you. Especially since 3 of them went to brand new people. Chris, thank you for the host. Vigiman, thank you for the host. Kid Luna Moon, thank you for the host. Wingman, thank you for the host. Zabin, thank you for the host. Pony Chick, thank you for the host. Nozamo and Sketchy, resubs, hey. Yay. And Fraser, thank you for the host. I think that's everyone. Yes. I have been Fiora, your stream host. Now everybody else can extroduce themselves. That's actually what it's called, extroducing.
I am Adagio, and I have been Nyota. Full name yet to be released.
Hey, I'm Hedy. I've been Chifundo, just kind of wandering around the wasteland as usual.
Medicinal Haze has already passed out on us. He is played by Ravana. And Mythic, Poke Poke.
I'm that pony, and I play Mythic Blade.
And there you go. Go ahead.
I am the MT, and I play Arcane Gears.
And I'm Lanzabi, and I've been your recap of Twitty.
And to our lovely 2 people who are at the Peanut Gallery.
I'm the leader of the Peanut Gallery.
So 3 people.
Well, no, I'm getting to Moon. Moon has a special spot.
I am the leader. I am the conductor of the poop train.
That would be Marker Light, who is played by Snips the Fox, and Quick Stitch, who is played by Shadow Man. Thank you all for watching tonight. By the way, Moon.
What?
1,000 chat messages tonight. We just got
what?
the 1,000 chat message achievement.
Oh my God, was mine literally it?
No, Chris was.
Yay!
Really, Snaps, you're making the bet that I'm secretly a changeling.
It makes sense.
It does.
You're supposed to be dead.
Anyway, we are going to go make somebody else's night real quick. Eeny, meeny, miny. I don't know what Universum is, Universum is, but I guess that's what we're doing. I will raid Maddie later this week.
Blue Zest.
Oh, Blue Skull people.
Blue Zest is usually fun.
So the hashtag is LO. Don't ask questions. That's just what you're putting in the chat. He'll figure it out. Anyway, good night, everyone.
Good night.
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 And we're off.